Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, February the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, 153, with that big yes. That means you guys can hear me and see my screen in the main room. Anybody in YouTube, if you can do the same for me, that'd help. Thank you very much, Pepe. Great. So we're all good to go. And I see Mr. Boris Mistrevsky. How's that, Boris? A little bit better? He's in the room today. All right, guys, we've got some interesting stuff. Now, I asked William to take a look at the ICLR, mainly because it's an accounting issue. It's not an earnings play, but being investigated. Yeah, being investigated for securities. Okay, well, wait a minute. That's a lawyer. Um, yeah, clinical research provider, Icon stock crashes on accounting probe. Okay, so never a good sign. Never a good sign. So that's why I asked Williams to maybe take a look at it. I mean, it's obviously super weak right now. It's right at 90. It's had a little bit of a pop off the big pop actually off the 84 level, but I'd be watching this one all day. It's going to be, it's going to be pretty active all day. So let's get this one, this JDZG. It's been active it's been active for a few days now, up, down, up, down, up, down. So there's no news on this one, I'm sure. It's just a 21 million. It's not crazy low, but a low flow China stock. This is an earnings play. FSLY, though, this is an earnings play, and great reaction so far, holding its own in the pre-market. Yeah, it hasn't had a big move down yet at all. So this is an earnings play, FSLY, up 42%. Big float, 137 million. So to be up 42% on that float, that is excellent. Here is another. I want to take a look at BBIO. BBIO. Where is it? BBIO. Here you are. More expensive. Another expensive one. This is up. Positive results. I think it's phase 3 too. Late stage trial win for dwarfism therapy. Okay, so this is what a move. This is basically a lifetime high now, guys. Yeah, basically a lifetime high for BBIO. Now, it did have a big pullback from 93 down to 84. There are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. You're short. Let's see. NVCR. I think this had some good news too. Yeah, this is phase 3. FDA approval for their pancreatic drug, NVCR. And Wainwright's put a very aggressive price target, raising it from 39 to 47. Okay, so through the 200-day moving average, it is phase 3. To make sure of that. After getting an FDA boost, approved. So this is definitely approval. And I think it is phase 3. Yeah, phase 3 after phase 3 clinical trial. So yeah, I mean, obviously great news. 100 million in the float. The UK. Where's VKTX? VKTX, an obesity drug. Let's see, VKTX. Yeah, still hasn't given up the pre-market highs yet. So VKTX breaking through the 200-day moving average. A lot of volume. 112 million in the flip. It's actually an earnings play too. Had earnings after hours, but it was more. But okay, updates on its obesity therapy drug. Well, I guess that came out in the Q4 results. So anyway, so it's an earnings play also. CGNX, another earnings play. Another one that has not these. Some of these more expensive ones with the higher floats. Yeah, I mean they're not like the wild bios in the pre-market. They're holding its gains. CGNX holding its gains. Here is a Not a good reaction to earnings. BAX, not a good reaction to earnings at all. Baxter is International. Look at this breakdown. Now, they don't look wonderful to me because when I look left, I just sort of see areas where they could stall, or not huge amount underneath. The NVCR is making another move here, guys. NVCR over 14 now. This news came out after hours, obviously. It got up to 1684 or so in the after hours yesterday. So there was that to shoot for. Yeah, that was a big pop. What did it get up to? About 92.50, but it's pulled all the way back down to 89.45, I think, for ICLR. I have this one thumbnailed on my other monitor, so that's why I'm going to keep an eye on it. This NCI, they did a financing at 54 cents, I think. 54 cents. So it's at least it's above the financing price, but it got clobbered down 47%. But it is did a financing at 50, I think it was 54 cents. You see 14 point, yeah, 54 cents. So they did a financing at 54 cents. So at least it's above. It's almost triple the financing price. Crocs. Who wears Crocs? I know a bunch of hands are going up right now. CROX earnings play. Look at this. Look at this. Great earnings play for Crocs. CROX. Uh, Definitely some room on the monthly chart. The next high in the monthly chart is 105. We get to a weekly chart, see what that might look like. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. So the monthly and the weekly high. This happened back in August of last year. Okay. So Crocs has some room if you look at a monthly and a weekly chart to keep running if it wants to. It's a low float, 49 million in the float for a almost a $100 stock. Not a lot of volume on this one, but this is another earnings play, guys, and it is getting clobbered down, 16% down. INSP, not a lot of volume though, only 31,000 shares. But you can see the breakdown now. Look at the daily chart; it was already in a downturn underneath that 200-day moving average, and continuing down. And that is INSP. I don't know if I mentioned this one. I've mentioned this one. Roland's ROL. ROL is also another earnings play, gapping down through the 200-day moving average. ROL. CGNX on the move here, guys. I was That offering at 58 has really hit NKTR. Really? Where I don't see NKTR anywhere. Let me just. No. Well, it hasn't happened in a while, but yeah, every now and then. What time is it now? 9:09. Okay, I'm gonna have to reload. Only when I try to change. Maybe I do too fast. I don't know. Okay, so NKTR, NKTR. I'm mentioning this one, financing. I didn't see it. The reason I'm not seeing it is because I only have the top 15 up and the top 15 down, and you can see this is down 11%, and this is only down. The NKTR was only down, I think 7%. But yeah, financing typically that's what happens. Yeah, secondary six and a half. Well, they're raising a lot of money though, $400 million. They're definitely raising a lot of money at $58. Good for them. I mean, because 2 days ago this was a $36 stock, so they were able to take advantage of the big run and get it. They didn't get it right at the top, but not bad. Good job by the those who are the money raisers of the company. Okay, seriously. So VKTX continues, guys. VKTX, VKTX, VKTX. Funny, the target is lower to 99 from 102 at Morgan Stanley. Why? Like, what's the point? What is the point of doing that? Raymond James maintaining coverage and strong buy and a target of 118. This is for VKTX, obesity drug. Anybody else is in this one? Laidlaw with their $110 price target. So a lot of analysts are, well, some, I don't know a lot, but there's certainly some analysts that are looking at this one, putting some pretty lofty price targets on it. Okay, over $100. Hello, Vito. So you flip flop between the main room and YouTube. CGNX keeps moving, guys. Another nice earnings play. See what it's doing. Nice earnings play. So this is taking over the top, excuse me, the top spot now. FSLY. Okay. JDZG is starting to fade. No news on this one that I can find. I don't think there's been any news at all on this one. So still a good earnings play. When I say a good earnings play, you can see how it's going to maintaining the highs in the pre-market. Yeah, it had a little high up here and it pulled back a bit, but it hasn't you don't see some giant red candles down. Oscar. OCSR, OSCR, excuse me. So this is again, this is just a super active stock. So the high yesterday or 2 days ago was around 1439 or so. Raymond James, target of 18. Well, I hope you a nice channel like from our channel bar. I don't know it, or was it a link, or is it a scan that he has or a top list? You don't need a channel. Oh, really? Is it new? New doc channel bar. The most. Okay, I haven't seen that one before. When did that get up and running? Oh, I see. Upmost. Okay, upmost. Biggest gainer. Okay, okay. So what you can do, of course, is take this out, any one of these out if you want. You don't have to stay in the channel. From the open, consecutive, yeah, okay, most. And you could of course flip this whole thing and get it to the most down. No, Doug Jane trades still. I mean, it's still a work in progress. Okay, asking about the money machine in our YouTube room. Still a work in progress. Still available in the simulator, but is not available. Not available for live trading. All right, guys. Let's see now. I did. I checked it out, Mike, on the ICLR. Yeah, I checked it out. Now the other one though is where is that BBIO? BBIO. I wonder what you think of this one, Willie. I mean, it's already had a big drop from 93 down to 84. It is an all-time high, basically, and it's phase three. God, some of these horrible diseases. I mean, anyway, it's a phase three. So, and that is the BBIO. So it's right at the VWAP now, sitting right on the VWAP, BBIO. And the SPY early on anyway, we've got a sort of a nice positive day starting, but there's the VWAP again. Let's keep an eye on that, see what happens. Energy is just still ripping every single day. With just very minor down days. But look at that trend up in energy. XLE, the energy sector. More concerned about. Whoa, there you go, guys. I'm just wondering what I'd see. What I would see if looked at the financial sector. So look at that. So there's the first little warning sign right there. Look at the XLF right at the 200-day moving average. Sat right on it. Closed right on it. So financial stocks certainly weakening and right on the 200-day moving average. This could be the only one even close. Utilities might be a little bit, no, even utilities moving away. Yeah, so that's interesting. I mean, look at financials, guys. So financials, if you track the 200-day moving average and you check to see what sectors are above or below, well, this is the only one that's even well, it's right on it, sitting right on it. ZTS? Yeah, I don't see ZTS. Maybe it's outside the price range that I normally would follow. The answer, yeah, it's just over 100. So William is talking about this one this is a beat raise. Interesting. A beat raise, and yet it's down 3%, 3.6%. How many shares available here for ICLR at Interactive Broker? Yeah, there's a ton of shares, 650,000. Short, so that's not an issue. Let me back this out on a monthly chart to see where is there any sort of support on a monthly chart? There's a low right there of 104, so that's below that. I'm trying to eyeball this now. What are we at there? So 84. Okay, so there is a low there at 84.07, and that was back in, that's back in 2017. So we're talking, 8 years ago, 9 years ago. So this really doesn't have a lot of support on the chart either. Okay. And of course, nobody likes to see accounting problems. NVCR continues to hold its pre-market gains. And look at that. Oh, it's still here. Okay. I thought it had dropped off the top 10. All right, guys, it's 9:21. I'm just getting set to get my 9:30 layout up and running. PMI, I'm hearing PMI, PMI, PMI. Big pop here. Is it going to hold? These some of these little bios. That's what they do. They pop and then they just drop. This is actually there's 7,000 shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. What did it get up to? Got up to just at 2. Any news on this one? Announces UCSF performed heart transplant using Syncardia Heart. Okay, that's the news for that company. Not tradable. You mean you cannot buy it, or you can't short it or buy it at Interactive Brokers? Is that what you mean, SKM? You tried? So even though there's shares available, they're not going to let you? Or did you try to buy it? Oh, really? I still have this. I still have it in green. Maybe it hasn't updated yet. Hmm. Well, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing you weren't able to short it. Look at this. Look at this. You see, it's a good thing. Look at this thing go. But you're probably right because this hasn't changed, and you would think there'd be some people who would be wanting to short this one, and so they would be those shares available, and it has been stuck at 7,100 shares at Interactive Brokers, so which doesn't seem to make sense to me. Wow, look at this move, guys. So you can't buy it though either. Successful bridge to transplant case at University of California at San Francisco. I guess that's what that means. Health using the Syncardia Total Artificial Heart. Wow. Okay. Well. Okay, guys. Let me get my layout that I'm going to use. My 9:30 layout up and running. I want to put PMI though. Where am I going to put you? PMI. I'm going to put you on one of my other on my other monitor as a thumbnail chart. But look at that. I see it jumped right to the top here. All right, give me a moment, guys, as I rearrange my windows down here. Okay. I also want to get, you know what? Just give me a moment. I'm going to get rid of some of these down here. All right. So these are the top six. I had the top 15 in my other layout, the ones that were up the most. These are the top six now. And there's the PMI, of course. But there's the big pullback now. There is the big pullback. Yeah, I think you're right. There's something crazy here. I mean, because that should not be stuck at 7,100 shares available. Boy, look at the guys. The ICLR now is really starting to give it up. Really starting to give it up. You might get your wish, William. So some have posted the fact that you can phone. Well, they phoned Thinkorswim, I guess, was it Thinkorswim or some of the other brokers, and you can actually, if you can get a hold of them, and then you can ask them to waive that. They're going to make you sign some kind of a waiver. Okay. I can't believe IB wouldn't do the same thing. So, which would allow you then to trade these sort of stocks that they're preventing us from trading right now. I can't believe IB wouldn't do the same thing. So, has anybody tried? And it was hard to get a hold of people at IB, but well, look at the guys, the ICLR now. This is really, yeah. So there you go. So Schwab. So that was that Schwab. I thought somebody did it at Thinkorswim also, or I don't know. I was confused with this Schwab and Thinkorswim. Are they all the same now? Anybody try Interactive Brokers? I guess that's my thing. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought they were the same. So anybody try it? Interactive Brokers? Yeah, that's what I thought. Obi, but did they still operate as sort of separate entities? Just give me a moment, please, guys. So Obi, did you? I'm sorry. Did somebody say they tried to contact Interactive Brokers? IB told you no, really? SKM, honestly? Or are you kidding? Really? Wow, look at ICLR now, guys. ICLR now. 30 seconds to the open. Actually, 5, 4, 3, and a big 2 and 1, and we are now open. We are now open, guys. Wow, look at ICLR now, guys. I look at it. I don't often do this. I don't often take trades in the pre-market, but I didn't want to, but I didn't take very many shares. Okay, but it doesn't matter now. It's ended up with $10. Did you go long or short that one? Who did that one? Trading Run. Did you do that one? Did you go long or short that one? Look at this now, guys. This is awesome. I mean, one of the reasons why I wanted to do it in the pre-market because it's down 44%, and I thought maybe the uptick rule would get me, but because the uptick rule is not enforced in the pre-market. Well, as I say, my day is done. Bye. See you guys tomorrow. You got to. I mean, you seen fraud out. It wasn't fraud, but accounting irregularities. Oof. Where did you say you wanted to wait for, William? 70. It was around the 70s, wasn't it? What is the uptick rule, Doug Jane, in our YouTube room? Well, if a stock is down more than 10%, even if you have shares available, here's the ICLR. So plenty of shares available, okay? Typically, if you want to go short, you just have to, you want to get it immediately, you just go in at the bid and short it, okay? But if the stock is down more than 10%, a lot of times what can happen is that the stock has to go back, get some action at the ask, and then back to the bid before you can actually short it. And you could be in a queue of others who want to do the same thing. So, oh, sorry, guys, this is rather exciting for me. I haven't had one like this for a while. So the uptick rule is not enforced though in the pre-market or for whatever reason. So I hope that made sense. So, typically if you wanted to short this, you just go in at 70.50 and if there's shorts available, you could get more or less an instant fill. Here, though, what has to happen is there has to be some oh, geez, has to be some action at the ask and then go back to the bid. Okay. But you could be in a queue of others who want to do the same thing. And that's the problem. That can be the problem. Yeah, I can say that. Oh my God, what a short. Yes, I'll even echo that, Grumpy. No, I had no idea it was going to do that. But now it's gone so parabolic. Okay. So parabolic. I'm surprised that hasn't been halted. In fact, like I've just taken some off, guys. I mean, I'm surprised it hasn't been halted yet. It's just math, and I guess the math hasn't hit it yet in terms of the math meaning stocks that halted if they move down or up too fast in a short period of time. So I did not want to get nailed in a halt in case there's a bounce on it. Oof. Well, okay, guys. Well, see, CGNX is ripping also. No, you can't. Not with us, Vito. You cannot search for but listen. If you see a stock that is down a lot in the pre-market, I mean that's all I do. I mean, there's nothing magical to it. I've got my top 15 up, my top 15 down. I click on it. I just check the news to see if there's anything, and that's what we found for ICLR. We got plenty of time to act on it because all this was in the pre-market, but we cannot search for it. How about your news source, William? Can you actually do searches on things? Okay. So in theory, you could search in the pre-market for anything that give me stocks that have got accounting irregularities or whatever phrase you want to use. I know what you mean, SKM. You mean all the. Oh, just give me a moment. You're talking about the ones I've been missing from William Scan. Yes, it does make up for a lot of that. Meanwhile, what did I just click on here? Iridium is so this is an earnings play, guys. Iridium, IRDM. All right. Well, what's the market doing? Who cares? Shouldn't say that. SPY. So the SPY is still up. Had a little pop in the first 5 minutes, and we have a red bar in the next one. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Can it hold the VWAP today? Can it hold the VWAP today? I see NVCR is wow. NVCR really got hit. If I can find NVCR anywhere. I mean, that was the news. I mean, you would think that with that news, it might. What's the float on? 100 million in the float. Um, approves first of its kind device to create pancreatic cancer. Okay, so, but it is a big profit taking or something's happening. So here's MBOT, guys. MBOT's on the move. MBOT on the move. The next high looking left, though, is very close. Macy's. What is Why is Macy's up? Macy's is up. Not an earnings play. I'm always amazed when I see it on some of my scans. 2285 next high, so it's a little too close. But boy, NVCR is really giving it up. I mean, it's still up a lot for the day. It's up still 27%. But look, if the high up here was what 15, and now we're down to 13 and a half, so $1.50 move down, and with no maybe, and it's underneath the VWAP. So NCI, this is so yeah, they did a financing at 50 odds, 54 cents, 55 cents, I think. Yeah, so they did a financing at 55 cents, and I mean, it's shrugged it off. I mean, it's still down 30%, but it's nowhere near the financing price. And it's probably a low float, pretty low, 15.9. China stock, NCI. PMI, guys, that was the one that was really ripping in the pre-market, is pulled back. It's underneath the VWAP now. Yeah, it is stuck here. So you're probably right. This is kind of weird. It's still stuck at 7,100 shares available to short. So people are saying you cannot buy it, you cannot short it at Interactive Brokers. Look at CGNX, guys. CGNX is at the highs now. Okay, CGNX is at the highs now. It's an earnings play. Is this an all-time high? This is not an all-time high. No. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. I am now back again. Schrodinger, guys. This is on the way down here for a while anyway. SDGR. Market's doing its thing, guys. You know, we've got these wide bars right now so far, wide bars right now. And to figure out maybe the direction for the day. It's still at the VWAP. Is at the VWAP right now. All right, there's the Iridium. I'm surprised this one is in here. JDZG. Ah, that's why. Okay, I know. This is usually over here. I was thinking, well, how could that possibly be a large capper? Like normally I have the large cap over here, and so I'm looking at that JDZG. Thinking, how is that possible? That's a large cap stock. All right, guys. HL Hecla. Now this is mining. Let's see, silver and or gold, precious and base metals. So what I want to do is I just want to take a look at what's happening with silver, just out of curiosity, see what's happening. So silver is, a little bit weak, not horribly weak. Take a look at gold, see what's happening with gold. Gold is, yeah. So I mean, they're basically kind of flat. Silver's off a little bit. Gold is basically flat. All right. Would I short this one? No, I would not short this one yet. 2253 is the next low looking left on the is next on the or the next low on the daily chart. So it's too close. I was thinking about a short on that one. LNC is an earnings play. Okay, LNC is an earnings play. It's I don't know, maybe trying to fade a bit. Nice bounce play for you, William, on the ICLR. I went too fast. Tyra, I saw this in the pre-market. It actually went negative. It was positive way up here, but it's actually gone negative. Wow, look at that drop. 35 down to 28, 29. Okay, and moving down. That is the TYRA. There's another earnings play, guys. EXC is an earnings play on the move. Didn't see this in the pre-market, really. A lot of volume right now. Give me a moment as I try to, don't know why it gets jumbled up like that. Just give me a moment. I want to see EXC. Tyra, I had the alert at 28.86, but it went so fast. Could not get it. This is what I'm talking about in Williams scan. 28.86 on the short, and it's down now at 28.35. But it went so fast, I could not get it. What a great! You're not in it anymore, though, are you? The ICLR. It's a great bounce. I mean, look at that bounce from 65 to 78 now. I'm obviously out of it. Uh, Boy, GME got ugly. I still have that one thumbnail on my other monitor, and GMI got really ugly. It's the trade of the week. So this is not. So this is one that actually did trigger like by a penny or so. So we need Cohen to come out with another crazy pumping of his stock. The critical metals company, Core, is moving down here, guys. Yeah, CRML. Don't know if there's any specific news on it. So BAX is this is an earnings play, and it was well interesting action. It got up to 2010, and now it's back down to 19 something, and it's underneath the VWAP now. BAX underneath the VWAP. So EXC continues its little move up here. It is an earnings play also. EXC. And again, if you're wondering what I mean by an earnings play, this stock released earnings this morning before the market, okay, pre-market, and but also stocks that release after hours the day before. Those are what I consider earnings plays. Because usually you get the big reaction one way or the other to its earnings release. You know, I haven't been following this PLYX, PLYX. It got halted several times. It's halted again. So the first halt was at 376. So we're at 428 now. It's halted again. This blue window I'm showing you here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is from Interactive Brokers. It shows me the halt. 428. Boy, looks like it's going to be a pretty awesome open. This is trying to tell you where it could open. So if you're in this one right now, halted at 428. This number right at 453, obviously above 428. That's what you want to see. Doesn't have to hold though. You can see it fluctuates over the 5 minute. Usually they are 5 minute halts. So if this is a 5 minute halt, it's going to open at 9:52 plus 30 seconds. So it is not going to be a 5 minute halt. It's going to be at least a 10 minute halt because you can see it did not open. So typically they are 5 minute halts. TRIP is an earnings play, guys. TRIP is an earnings play. TripAdvisor. People aren't traveling or something. I don't know. TripAdvisor is an earnings play. I'm trying to get a short on something here, guys. Let's see if they're going to fill me where I want it. I'm looking at a short on this CWK. It's a little extended down. I get it, but it's underneath the whole number. And I think it's from William Scan. It's on a short opportunity from William Scan. Okay, so right, a little bit more of a move down. I'm talking to CWK. Isn't this one of those ones that's getting beaten up by the SAAS turmoil? I think I read somewhere where these real estate services stocks. We're working through the 200 moving average, of course, and on the weekly. So the next low is, I'm not saying it's hitting there, of course, but 1159 on the monthly chart. Okay, so yeah, so a little bit, so on the monthly chart anyway, it's got some room down at CWK. Wow, look at the man, some great shorts. I'm finding on the short side, William, that these are awesome. I mean, I could not get this one. Tyra, look at that, 28.86, but it went so quickly. But even though it went so quickly, I mean, it's a $2 drop from the alert. Well, I could have chased it. Obviously, it would have been 40 cents under. It would still work, but you just don't know that's going to happen, of course. So, wow. And this is where the CWK came right there. At least that did not it did not drop from 12.97 immediately. Okay, Planet Labs, PL on the way down here, guys. PL on the way down. Wow, it's 9:57. I think what I'll do now is go over my homepage and the information you can find, including some of the scans, races, etc., that I'm sharing. Okay. All right. Fun and games at home here. Okay. So going over my homepage right now, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. You can get 22% off. Please listen carefully. 22% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Okay, the first month only. So if you go take on a monthly subscription, 22% is good for the first month only. And that applies to both our standard and our premium services. Okay. All I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now, you're wondering, well, what am I talking about? There is another room, a lot more action in this room, more interaction amongst traders. And that it's free also. So you can stay in YouTube if you want. If you want a lot more interaction amongst other traders, come into the trading room. This room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so if you're looking for pre-market action, you can come into this room. And I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later for questions, but even when I take off, William, and by the way, sorry, I should have kudos to Obi for opening this room at 6:45. I don't because I live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's a little tough for me to do that at quarter to four my time. So that's what Obi does. He's in the East Coast, so he opens it at 6:45. And as I say, if I when I leave, sometime usually between 2 and 3, all times Eastern, William will keep this room open later, and it's up to him. He's been doing it usually at least 3:45, depending on earnings. Some earnings plays, he might keep it open to about 3:55, but we'll find out later. Okay, so if you're looking for a lot more action, come into this room. Now, if you take out a subscription, before I do that, scroll down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. And if you sign up for the trade of the week, it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Could be there. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, click on the education section on my homepage. And if you scroll down a little bit, getting started with Trade Ideas, mandatory, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. You're not going to be an expert once you take a look at these videos, but covers all the key elements. So this is absolutely what you have to do first. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the product, is it the right fit for you? You can start off with that second video, go to the end. After that, you should have an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Remember, if you take on a monthly subscription, it's just month to month. You can cancel anytime, even within the first month if you don't like it. Okay? Back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading. 15 free videos if you're new to trading. Sorry, how do you get there again? I don't understand the question, 151. The code? Yeah, okay, so if you click on my home, just click on my homepage link. Okay, so you click on my homepage link, and when you do that, you'll be here, and there's the code, Barry22. Okay, and again, the company tracks the use of the codes. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So that's why it really does help to keep the rooms free. Okay, so that's the code to use, Barry22. So looking for my information that I'm sharing, the races, scans, etc. Click on that middle section that's called my custom scans. So here they are. Large cap gainers is here. This is a wide open race. Okay, you'll see some big percentage moves as you will not see them up here. Doesn't mean these are bad, just means they're less volatile. This is a lot more volatile of a race. I'll go over the races in a bit and the concept of it. Why I think it's a pretty good idea, especially if you're starting out. And because what happens is it develops a top 10 list for you to watch all day long. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. This is the Halts resumes over here. As you can see, I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them if you want. I don't have them all up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. Just means, I've tried to whittle down what I'm looking at. So if you have any questions about any of this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. I was hoping CWK would drive down a little bit more, but gave me a little bit. It wasn't one of the. I wish I'd got that Tyra though. Yeah. So as I was saying, you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If you have a question about your account, that is one thing I cannot answer. Not that I don't want to, but I don't have access to your accounts. Plus, it would probably, I'd probably have, if we had a lot of account questions in here, I'd probably spend a lot of time doing that. But I can direct you to people who can help you with your account if you've got a problem. Okay. Well, so much for the love for VKTX, guys. I mean, this is now really fading. It's an obesity play, earnings play, obesity play, but it's really starting to fade. And guess what? Look what the market's doing. The market's starting to fade too. We're barely, so the Dow is up. So there's a little bit of disconnect, okay, between the value and the growth stocks. Dow is up, but the Qs are down a little, and the SPY is barely positive. Looks like it's going to go negative. It's pretty wild, though, isn't it? That it's really an indictment that we have to have these obesity pills and drugs, etc., to counter the overeating and or bad eating. Really think about it, it's just crazy. All right, guys. Let's see. I heard somebody or I saw some. Yeah, Chow. You guys were talking about Chow. Chow halt. Yeah, it just got halted. Chow got halted. CHOW. Volatility halt. Let's see where this could open. If you're in this one, of course, you want to see it now. Is this the first halt of the day? It is the first halt of the day. Is what you. So what you want to see, of course, is a number greater. Now this is Amex. So Amex typically doesn't give you a big clue in this column. That's what I've noticed. uh, when I say a clue as to where it could open. You see, there's the halt price, 126, and it's it says 126 right there. So you just have to wait to see how it's going to open. All right, here's another one from William Scan. And what sort of room does it have? Pilgrim, it's an earnings play, PPC. It's just gone negative, and I don't know if it just gone negative, but it is negative. And the next low looking left is 41, too close. I'm looking left, and I'm seeing all these areas where we could, find some support. So I won't take that one. All right, so Fastly is basically at the highs, almost at the highs of the day now again, FSLY. PMI just drifting down now. All right, guys, let me go over this race right here. Before I do that, though, I want to direct you to the user guide. All the information I'm going to talk about with this race, you can not specifically about that race, but just in general about how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. So if you click on my homepage link, just go down to the education section, click on the more info, and just scroll down a little bit. And here's our user guide, and here's a whole section on TI stock racing. Okay, and I'll show you why I think it could be very interesting for some of you to use, especially if you're kind of new, because it creates a watch list for you automatically of stocks you can watch all day long. So how does it do that? Oh my goodness. So I'm running a 4-minute race. And again, all this is customizable. Okay. I'm running a 4-minute race. So usually takes about 30 seconds to rev up. Okay. You'll see what I mean at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, so the race has kind of started. So what this means is, so that 3.9%, what does that mean? That means that since the race started, this stock has moved the most percentage wise, okay? And that's the LRHC has moved 3.9%. And typically in this race, you can see some big percentage moves. This race you will not usually, and that's because I've got some filters in here that will kind of prevent that from happening. Doesn't mean this is bad. It just means they're less volatile. So right now, LRHC, but you can see OCG, it just took over the top spot like any other race, jockeying for the top position. What happens over the course of the day? The stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day will create a top 10 list for you. So for instance, the PMI won 2 races. That's what the 2 means beside it. APTI, 2 races, etc. Okay. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list created. Is there a way to drag my chart to the middle of the screen? You mean like this? Ozzy, is that what you mean? You just have to, I mean, there's no magic to it. I mean, you just keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, you can kind of control how much you want to see, I guess. Is that if that's what you mean? Okay. Um, well, I don't know how to control it. I mean, let me click on a symbol. Did that control that? I don't know if it did or not. I don't know how you can keep it there. I see what you. I don't know if you can keep. Well, let me see here. Okay, looks like you can kind of keep it there. I'm just clicking on another symbol. That's 9:30. So let me click on another one. Oh, it's the same one. ECG. Just want to click on another one. Looks like it keeps it there. When you say wants to go to the right, I mean, I'm not sure if that's what you're trying to do. Just not see like the pre-market or yesterday's at all. First generation AI. I guess that. Yeah, I guess that is the old AI. Yes, Doug. I never know. I'll be honest. I mean, they call it powder relate. I know the company kind of tries to get a little cute sometimes in naming these things. I just keep calling it standard and premium, and first generation AI. I guess yeah. I guess that is referring to Holly. So getting back to this, so this is probably going to win the race, okay, unless something happens. I mean, it's only up 7 cents, but that's it's a cheap stock, so that is a 5% move. So it just won the race. So you can see it did not win a race before, so it's now being added. It's in the ninth position right now. Oh, I agree, Doug. I mean, it's again Dan is a big golfer. Okay, so he likes the eagle and the birdie and all that sort of stuff. But I do agree. I like to make it simple. So just want a race. Now, here's how I would use it. Okay. First of all, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on a symbol. In fact, if you see something at the top, click on it, see what's happening, and maybe setting up for your style of trading. I mean, and these are not necessarily stocks at the high of the day. They could have pulled back and then they're moving. Maybe they pull back into like you can see LRHC is pulled back into the VWAP as an example. Maybe if that's your style of trading, or maybe you have a moving average on your chart that it's pulled back into. So you can just click on any symbol you see actually in this list. You don't even have to wait for it to be at the top. Just click on it, see what's happening. It's interesting that Pega, for instance, this is a pretty expensive stock to be in this list. But here's Pega. Maybe this is setting up for you. Look at that. It's trying to hold the VWAP, and maybe this is something that you could be interested in trading. Okay. You obviously have to have some trading experience to, to understand what you're seeing on a chart. So if you have no trading experience at all, Trade Ideas still, it's a wonderful program, but it's not going to teach you how to trade. It generates ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. But if you click on a symbol and you're looking at these charts and you have no idea what it's trying to tell you, well, that's why you can at least go to the Back to Basics on my homepage in the education section. If you're very new to trading. So as I'm trying to explain here, you can click on anything you see here. Click on it. You never know. It might be setting up. Again, another one is kind of into the VWAP and it kind of bounced off it. Anything that's won a race before, click on it. See what's happening. Again, FSLY, you can see, had you seen this one a little earlier and it got into the VWAP, if that's your style of trading, to see whether or not a stock can hold the VWAP, act as support, and bounce off it, there you go. So, a couple things you should be asking if you're seeing this, if you're relatively new to all this, you should be asking, well, why are these stocks showing up? Like, how is this race created? Why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click on the body of the race, open top list is one of the options. I'm going to open that top list. Okay. And these are the stocks that generates the, this is the top list that generates these symbols. In this top list window, it's what I want to see. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, it'll show up in this list of stocks. Okay. Now, understand, that's what I want to see. You don't have to see, you don't have to look at the same thing. So hopefully it's starting to dawn on everybody that, because if I right click on this top list window, launch real-time stock race. So you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters of stocks that you might like to see with a price range and minimum volume. And, maybe you're going to add some, I don't have very many filters in here. I mean, the only real one, I've got the price range and minimum volume, but then up 2% from yesterday's close. You may want to add some of your filters that you like. Okay. Or maybe you change the price range, or, it's completely customizable. Of course, a top list window. So you can still use a top list window in this fashion. In fact, that new channel called Movers, that's kind of all it does. It just looks at stocks that are moving in different time frames. So in this one, the change from yesterday's close, that's what I have this one sorted on. You can still use a top list in that fashion. So Chow is up 151% from yesterday's close. FSLY, 63%. You can still use a top list like that, if you want to see the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close, or have up the most in the last 30 minutes or in the last 5 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header to sort on, you'll be able to see that. You want to see the change from the open. In other words, it's opening trade of the day. Chow was still the leader. But you notice it's up 146% from yesterday's close, only up 41% from its first trade of the day. So as long as you have the column header up here, you can double left click and you can sort on it. Okay? So that's number one. But what the race does, this might be a good example. Yeah, okay. So what the race does, though, it doesn't care whether a stock is, one of the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is in this list of stocks that you see here, what one, since the race started, is moving the most percentage-wise. That's all it cares about. Now, granted, most of the time for the, over the course of the day, the stocks that are up here probably are going to be, they're going to be very active because, there's tons of volume. People are interested, but you never know. Some stock down here, like Grab, I'll just pick Grab as an example, okay? Grab is up 3.5% from yesterday's close. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it started to move? It's up 4%, 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. How would you know that? Well, that's how the race can really help. They can pick a stock because, again, it's not biased. Okay, all it cares about is in this list of stocks, What's moving the most percentage-wise? That's all it cares about. Now, just because the stock is up 150%, though, doesn't mean it can't go at the end of the day. It could be up 300%. So don't discount, if something is winning a race. There's Flex. I don't know where Flex came from. It's up 24% now, but it could have started down here. Okay. But it's moving up the list. It didn't win a race before. So it's possible that it was shooting up this list. Okay. So because a lot of people say, well, I don't want to see stocks near the high of the day or that have moved up a lot. How about finding something that is maybe just starting out? Well, that's what the race can do for you. And again, you get hopefully makes total sense now. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and then launch the race on it. But I love the way it creates a top 10 list for you. Okay. Now so you can look at it this way. You didn't have to do anything. It just creates it automatically for you, the stocks that have won the most races. And now you can maybe just follow these stocks all day long without doing anything else. Just follow these stocks all day long. See, what's Chow doing now? Okay, pull back a little bit. Maybe it's going to bounce from here. Where did I see Chow? Well, I didn't really see Chow. I mean, I know it got halted here so I wouldn't have seen it when it was under $1, but I can see in the halts, it got halted at 126. Okay. Now, could you have seen it at the beginning of the day? Sure. I mean, there would be a scan that would have picked that up for sure. But would I have had that? Not necessarily, because you see what the time right there. Time is not, see, so in my scans, the stock has to be at least $1. So I wouldn't have seen this one. But you can have a scan that's, 50 cents minimum or 10 cents minimum. You would have seen this one right here, at 82 cents. Now, I didn't see it until it hit that halt at 126. So you mean it would have been easy enough to create a scan, but it's just not my style of trading to trade stocks under $1. That's all. Okay. Yeah. What a great bounce for. I mean, that is tremendous bounce. 66 to 85. Oh, should have gone the other way also. So the difference between this race, these two races, notice that you can get some pretty, I mean, it's only 2%, but you can get some big moves here. You can see stocks up 5, 10, some 15, 20% sometimes. Okay. Rarely do you see a stock over 1% in this race. And the reason being is that when I open this top list, it's going to be a lot smaller. Okay. Now today it's a lot smaller, especially with the market kind of dropping a bit. Now this is not a static list. Neither is this a static list. So by a static list, I mean it's not the same stocks all day long. So you don't have to think, well, are these the only stocks today? Right now, these are the stocks that are meeting the filter requirements. I right click to show you that. So this is what I'm looking for in this race. Stocks between $10 and $70. Volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, up 2% from yesterday's close. So very similar, except for the price range to this one. But these are the stocks. Actually, let me get to the. So this position in days range that prevents a lot of stocks from showing up. That 95, what that means is if I had 100 there, that would mean a stock would have to be right at the high of the day. Okay. And so at 95, that means that stock is pretty close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Also, the float has to be at least 500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million, and the market cap has to be at least 500 million. So that's why this list is a lot smaller compared to this list, which has no restraints really. Okay, and see how the list is shrunk. So this will be, this list will expand and shrink all day long. You have different stocks coming in and out. If the market were really down a lot, you might not see any stocks for a while. Because remember now it's a large. These are large cap winners. Now, if you take these races, okay, say you took this race. If you want to change it, here's a quick way, and hopefully you understand how. If you go to my homepage and you can click on the link and how you can load it, so it shows on your screen. Now, if you do that right now meaning 10:26 a.m. Eastern time, you will not have a top 10 list like this. Okay, your race starts when you load it, so you will have a different. Eventually, you'll have a different top 10 list because your race is going to start at 10:26. I started my race at 9:30. Now you can start your race in the pre-market if you want. It works pre-market, market hours, of course, and post-market. It all depends on what you want. Now, here's a really quick way. Also, though, if you took my race, but you wanted to make adjustments to it, if you click on the gear, I'm going to duplicate it because that'll stop the race. So I'm going to click. So if you click on the gear, here's some quick things you can do. You can change the price range and the minimum volume right at a glance. Okay, if that's what you want to do. You can click on advanced. Okay, and here's your. I go to Windows specific filters. So here are the values right here. So you can make the changes right here. But more importantly, you might want to maybe you have some filters that you'd like to add. Okay, again, maybe you want to change the price range. If you want to change, these numbers, but you can also start adding filters that if you're, have any experience trading, filters that you might like. You can add them very quickly. And if you want to find a filter, click on search and see, maybe you want to add RSI for whatever reason is what we have for RSI. Okay. So that's a very quick way in which you can take either one of these scans and make adjustments to it without having to create a scan from scratch. The other thing you can do is, this race, well, if I start the race, when a race is starting, running, there's that little box there. If you click on it, it's going to stop the race. And then I can right click and show the race setup. Remember, all this is in the guide. That's why I want to, I don't expect anybody to remember all this if you're looking at this for the first time. But here's how you can control how many minutes you want your race to run. I've picked 4 minutes. Nothing magic about it. That's what I picked. You go in a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race. And here's how, if you want the race to start, the minute you load trade ideas, whenever that is, if it's in the pre-market or whenever that is, you just check auto start on load. What I've done is I've said auto start at time and 9:30. That's when I want my race to start. It doesn't have to be when you want your race to start. Okay. So if you do click on auto start at load and you're loading trade ideas in the pre-market, then your race will start running. Okay. So here's how you can completely control everything. All right, now it is 9:30. So what I want to do now is I'm going to go over the sector status channel. I'm going to click on new and then dot channel bar. I like doing this every day, even if you guys are, how I try to show it to people is or why I show it to people, because this is maybe all you use trade ideas for. But I also think it's a good idea to maybe check the sector status channel to see what sectors are the top, bottom, and overall, and then dive into the sectors themselves to see what the top and worst stocks are. So if I click on the sector status channel, so these are the sectors that we are tracking in this sector, in this top list. This is just a top list, okay? These are the sectors. Are there more sectors? Of course. I mean, out there, but these are the ones that we're tracking, okay? So at a glance, first of all, you can see it's about 50-50. The ones that are in this list, about 50% are down and 50% are up, approximately. Okay. Top sector today, utility sector, XLU. Okay, that is the top sector today. And if you scroll down, worst one, silver. I mean, they're not terrible. I mean, we've seen some big silver moves on the upside and the downside. Okay, so silver is down 1.7%. That's how you can vary. So if you were looking to take a silver play today, it's maybe something hit your scan and it was a silver play. You might want to just have silver as a thumbnail chart so you can track to see what silver is doing. Okay, the overall sector is doing, because you want to go long a silver play. Well, you're going against what overall silver is doing. Now it's not down a ton, and maybe the silver play that you're looking at, maybe it's an earnings play, maybe it has some news on its own. Okay, but if it doesn't, then you got to remember, well, you're kind of going against the sector today if you want to go long. Now, we do have 11 sectors here. We don't have all the sectors, but we have 11 sectors: XLI, XLY, financials, etc. Okay. So here's how now you can take a look at the individual sectors. So, here again, financials, which were very weak. They were XLF was touching the 200-day moving average as of yesterday. So, they're about 50-50. 50, about 50-50, up or down. So this is the top one in the sector, CB, up 1.3%. I don't see any news. I'm looking to see if it's an earnings play. And if you scroll down, though, what's the worst one? So look at AJG is down 3.6%. AMP is down 3. Those are pretty big moves. So, you may just look at if you want to concentrate on the financial sector, just look at these stocks. Energy, about 50-50. I'm looking for some really beaten up sector. But look at, well, utilities, 100%. Every single stock is up for the day. And I did not take this one. I did not take this one, EXC. That came from Williams Cam, but this I think is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. And so that's the top stock today in the utility sector. What's the worst one? Well, the worst one, you can still go down and see what the worst one is. CMS is only up 0.5%. Consumer discretionary, 78% are up. The big one is BBWI. Okay, 4.1. But scroll down. What's the worst one? KMX down 6%. This might be all some of you do. You just use this channel and keep a track of the what the top sector is. And just because this is the top sector right now doesn't mean it can't drop. Over the course of the day. But you can just keep a track, watch, and you might just pick maybe you've got a couple of favorite sectors that you want to watch, or maybe it switches from day to day. Maybe you want to watch the top sector, XLU. So, and then, unfortunately, we don't have something for silver. We don't have one of these, but you can create your own. Put the silver stocks in it and create your own. That might really make things less complicated for a lot of you. So if there's any questions about that. Yep, upcoming red. You're right. We're only up. Basically, we're just basically flat right now. Market's selling off again. Not in a big way. I mean, gotta watch what I say. It's not like there's a collapse or anything like that. But the market is definitely sort of selling these tops for the last couple of days anyway. Maybe the last 3 days. So no questions, okay? Everybody knows everything. That's excellent. So let's take a look at that new, let's take a look at that new channel. I don't know if it's new today or as of yesterday, called The Most. So remember what I was talking about, how you can sort, okay? You have a top list and you can sort on it, okay? And so this is the change from the close. This is the change in 30 minutes. This is the change in 5 days, change from the open, etc. Consecutive candles up. You know, you can consecutive days up. Okay, this is how you can sort. So if you had a top list with all of these different column headers, so if I just open this top list, oops, right, here's the top list. Okay, so that's what it's sorting on, the change in 30 minutes. But you can see that you could create a top list with all of these different columns, like just one, and then you could click on each one, sort on each one, sort of at a glance. What they've done here is they've just sort of segmented it. And then this is an alert window, most new highs today. So this is a count. This is a kind of this. So what that 297 means is that WNT has made 297 highs of the day. This could be a channel you watch all day. I mean, it's a lot coming at you. That's the only thing. There's a lot coming at you. Most new 15-minute highs. So here's let's take a look at that. That's a cheap one, NVCR. And again, this is a count. Okay, this is a count. It was May 13. And I actually have never used the count for 15-minute highs, but most up from the open today, KPTI. Now you could actually, they don't have it here, but you could also create a whole channel for yourself of the ones that are down the most. Just sort of flip every one of these. So for instance, if I took this and I duplicate it into a free floating window, now look, I'm not trying to complicate things, but I just want to show you. We have a great little feature called flip. So what can be flipped will flip. So change from the 30 minutes biggest on top, and that's positive. So I'm pretty sure it's going to change. Well, it's the smallest on top. Okay, so let's see what happens. So there's the difference. Okay, so you could literally go through each one of these. You know, create a free floating window, and then create a channel of your own that is just the ones that are moving down the most. So most new lows for the day. If I right click on this and duplicate into a free floating window, basically just taking it out of the channel. Okay, taking it out of the channel so you don't have to be in the channel anymore if you don't want. And again, configure and flip. So what can be flipped? New low. Now I have to question this. There's no other filter? No, I mean I will flip it, but oh, and it's sorted on the count. So you can see the ones that are the ones that have moved down the most at the top. I see what they've done. So like the Qs, the SPY. I mean, this would be. I'd want to have a filter in here. Otherwise, you just get alert after alert after alert. But that's what you can do. You can take each one of these, flip it, and then create your own kind of channel with the ones that are down the most instead of the ones that are up the most. All right, guys, I'm maybe interested in AXTI on a short. So this has been flirting with the lifetime high, right up here were lifetime highs. Okay, in fact, it hit a lifetime high today. But with the market fade, it is fading now. And how do you know the market's fading? In my opinion, I mean, this is how I track kind of the overall market. I have my SPY chart. You can have another, if you want to have the Qs or NASDAQ or maybe the Russell or whatever, however you want to track. But this is what I use. So when I say the market's fading, I mean, look. So if you're going to go short something, you've at least got the market on your side. If you're trying to play a bounce, maybe you're looking, maybe you've got some kind of a scan that kind of maybe directs you to bounce plays. Well, first of all, I mean, I'm not saying they won't bounce at all, but you're going against the current of the market, right? I mean, the market is moving down, so you try to play a bounce play. It may bounce, but it probably won't bounce that much. Much easier to play a bounce play. The market doesn't have to be necessarily ripping higher, but you just don't want to see red bar after red bar. All right, guys. So I will be taking a break in about an hour and 15 minutes. Somebody will take over for me in our YouTube room. Should be Steve Gomez today. Okay. And I'll confirm that. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Steve, though, when I take my break. Well, Sophia's got some room. I mean, this is, obviously fading with the market. Okay. Fading with the market. SOFI has some room on the way down. The next low looking left is 1912. This can be an interesting look, guys, because remember now, with the market doing what it's doing, I mean, it's down, again, it's not crashing, but I mean, from the high today, 695 down to 690, that's a pretty big 5-point move in the SPY. In the old days, that would be considered a huge move. It's still a pretty big move, but these are large cap stocks bucking the trend. Okay, bucking the trend. These are stocks that have to be up still at least 2%, and they're bucking the trend. So this is a silver play, HYMC, silver play or mining play. Now look at this. To me, I mean, we're at 38.11 right now. So their next highs looking left are around 39. If it got close to that, and especially if silver remains weak, I think it's mainly a silver play. It might be a gold play too, but um, I'd be looking at this as a potential short. If it gets even close to that 39, I mean, it might not because it'd be a pretty big move to get up to 39. And that's for the HYMC. And again, I don't know, maybe I don't think it has any news on its own today. Just want to see silver. See, maybe it is moving higher now. No. So HYMC is, basically trading on its own. It's running kind of counter to the it's running counter to what the rest of the I mean, again, silver is not down that much and neither is gold, but it's definitely running counter. Oh, all right, guys. So yeah, HYMC is really strong, really strong. And look how, following that 2-minute wave up, it's now, it's had some bars getting into the wave, but really nothing kind of piercing down below, but you know, reasonably easy to stay in the trade. So I know you guys have been talking about Rhyme, but I see Rhyme resumed at 150, but now it just got halted on the way down. Okay, halted on the way down, and that's RIME. So let's take a look at one of these that is running counter to the market, a large cap stock it's an earnings play, and a lot of these could be earnings plays. Okay, they're earnings plays, meaning that they're kind of trading on their own. They don't care as much about what the overall market is doing, assuming that the reaction to earnings was good. And obviously, for Darling Ingredients, I mean it's up 2.8%, not a huge amount, but nonetheless, it is up. Whereas the market, is doing this. So that's, we'll call this an alpha stock, basically trading on its own, not caring as much about what the overall market is doing. And certainly doesn't care what its sector is doing. I don't even know what sector this is, but the manufacturing sector, food manufacturing. I mean, I read it down here, but Here's another one, Fluence. This is an energy play, Fluence, FLNC, not an earnings play, so it's probably moving with energy. Let's take a look at what XLE is doing. I'm sorry, this is not really it's more of an AI play. Sorry. I always think this as well. It's called Fluence Energy, so but it's moving on its own. HYMC, you know what? I mean, it's getting closer and closer to that those highs of 3 and 4 days ago. And EXPD make it all the way down to the gap below 130. Yes. Can it? Yes, it could. I know a rhetorical question, of course, but will it? Well, the low right there was 31. I'm sorry, I don't know why SMCI showed up when I typed in EXPD. EXPD. Wow. Didn't see this one outside the price range that I look at. What a drop! Oh man. So you're talking about so these are transportation stocks falling. So the next low looking left on a monthly chart anyway is 120. The next low is about the same on the weekly. So it still got a yeah. It still has a. I mean, if you look at the weekly and the monthly, I mean, I don't know what it would be on the daily, but what week was this? This was back in November of last year. So that is 1 week sector. Yes. That is one big yikes. I mean, that is a big drop, and it's not on earning. It's just sort of the sector is just getting beaten up. What is the ETF for this? Not for the stock, but for the sector, the shipping sector, or whatever it's called, the freight sector. There must be an ETF for that. I know I could look it up, but maybe somebody's got it handy. I wish this were better. This would be an awesome thing if you look at all competitors and it really were. I mean, I don't know, maybe this could be considered a competitor, but yeah, yeah. I just wish. Anybody have an ETF for the shipping sector or for the freight sector? Not for the stock, but for the overall sector, just so I can take a look at it. Okay, fine. I'll ask Gemini. Gemini, what is an ETF for the shipping sector? Okay, I don't mean I'm talking well the freight sector, not shipping like on talking about ground shipping. What is the ETF for that?
I hear you. You're looking for the road and rail side of things, like trucking and logistics, rather than tankers and container ships. Because there isn't a major ETF that exclusively holds trucking companies, the best way to get that exposure is through transportation ETFs. These funds focus heavily on ground shipping, trucking and railroads, and logistics, though they usually include a side of airlines.
Yeah, there's IYT. I see. It's talking about IYT. Thank you, Mike. Also, XTN. What is that? Let's see how much volume that has. No, not enough volume, but this is a transportation. Yeah, but not a lot of volume. But IYT probably. Yeah, I know. I know IYT. So that's what it was actually. Yeah, not a lot of volume, but there it is. Now, very cool. So I could very easily create the IYT and put those symbols in. Ah, man, I got okay. Sophie's on the way down, guys. SOFI, and it's just basically moving with the market, moving with the market. SOFI. I'm going to have to tighten this up a bit, but remember, I last week I think I was talking about a low volatility, highs and lows. I don't think there was not one stock made it in the highs, and what I was looking for are stocks that had low relative volume, like I think 0.88 was the highest, and then trying to find stocks just starting out, and that is how I found Sophie. Sophie was down here, but I'm going to have to tighten this up. I'm getting too many. Okay, I want to tighten it up, but look at this. I mean, this is what the market is telling me right now. These are low volatility highs and lows. Have to make sure I haven't accidentally unchecked. There's a new nothing in that. Nothing is making a new high on those with those filters. Nothing. All right, let's take a look at the SPY and where could it go? So it's below yesterday's low, and it's the low of 3 days ago. It's right there. That would be, well, I'm going to put a price alert down there. Don't think it's going to happen today, but you never know. Tomorrow, had the nice run, almost making new high. Well, that was making almost a new high for the SPY. So we're having, again, in the context of right now, I mean, look at the monthly, we're still the weekly. It just feels like the market is collapsing, but it's not, it really isn't, but it just feels like it is. The Dow was down a little. The Qs are taking a hit though. They're down 6 points. Which kind of makes this ICLR move pretty interesting. I had the fantastic collapse from the pre-market down to here, but a nice recovery. And yet, I mean, I know it's trading on its own, really. I'm surprised, though, that it had such a great recovery in the face of what's happening with the overall market, too. Again, all sorts of accounting problems. Icon plummets as accounting investigation threatens 2025 earnings. Okay, so that was the news for ICLR. Oh man. So yeah, I'm trying. So what I'm going to have to try to do is tighten this up somewhat, so I don't get so many. I'm trying to figure out a way to do that. I've got consecutive candles down, and maybe try to find it more at the beginning. I'm not. I don't think I'm delaying it, or am I? Well, the only delay is that it's got to be down two 5-minute candles in a row. But yeah, so that'll delay it for probably at least 10 minutes. And you're talking about Meta. This is so William. So this is Meta U. I wish I'd kept my CWK, but I didn't. So this is counter to basically what the market is doing, guys. INVA. It's not an earnings play, so it's trading for some other reason, moving higher. I'm just trying to see if there's any news on it. I don't see any news on it. INVA. It's not crazy low. It's 73 million in the float. So I don't see any news on it, but it is trading higher, and it is a lifetime high. INVA is a lifetime high. Again, I don't see any news on it. What is RX? So light transportation solution. So here's another one, William. I'm sure you've seen this one, RXO, doing in that sector, I guess. Light transportation. It manages transportation, freight forwarding, and last mile delivery. Oh, it's pretty new. Founded in 2022, and probably close to a lifetime low. Yeah, price is $400 million senior notes offering also. So not only is it in a very weak sector, but it's also, can I call that a financing? I haven't even looked at our AI today. There's been so much other going on, but I haven't even looked at it. So what do we see here? RWT, a little bit of a move. This is an earnings play. No, it is not. Yes, it is an earnings play. Redwood Trust, RWT. It is an earnings play. But I'd be pretty, reluctant to go long anything right now. I mean, the EXC was awesome. I have to admit that was awesome. But that's a utility play, and remember, utilities. Now, I don't know. Maybe this is heavily weighted into that into XLU. I don't know, but this is a great play in the face of this market, up 7%, 7.7% now. Oh man, Sophie. Getting close, that's why, there was some room, 1920. So at the alert of around 1980, I looked at that and said, okay, well, as long as the market keeps doing this, there's really no reason why Sophie is going to bounce, in my opinion. So that's why I'm just keeping an eye on this. And also, oh boy, let's just take a look at XLF. My guess, yeah, look at that, guys. XLF is now so the financial sector is now underneath the 200-day moving average. We haven't seen that for a long, long time. Boy, look at XLF, guys, underneath the 200-day moving average now. So that, I mean, that is if you follow the 200-day moving average, I mean, this is a major sector that is just underneath now, and it's been moving down. So that is a bit of an uh-oh, in my opinion. Banks selling off, financials selling off. How long did it take you to get? Oh, about a month ago. Okay, Monica. How long did it take you to actually talk to a live person at IB? So, so an acknowledgement window came up, and all you had to do is say, "I acknowledge that it's risky." And did that happen pretty quickly, though? When you say, so you tried to trade MWY, well, you traded MWYN yesterday. And when you tried to trade it, a little pop-up came up that you could just say, "I acknowledge that it's risky," but then they let you trade it, because that's not bad, as long as the pop-up came pretty quickly. And look at the financials, guys. Look at these financials now. As long as so that's what I'm doing. As long as the financials are looking like that, there's no reason to get out of the Sophie short. And I mean, the market, I'm sure, is being dragged down because of financials also. I mean, I know his financials maybe not a big component of the SPY, but yeah. Oh wow. All right, induction downwards. Let's see if I can just keep it, make it move down a little bit more. So you see how the wave is working, guys? Okay, there's that break underneath 20. I had the alert, I think it was 1980 or so. And so it's not so much as seeing a sell flag up here. It's now, the only little jog up was right there that caused me a little bit of, but that's kind of where I took it. So that's okay. And then boom. So you keep in the trade. There's no reason to get out of anything right now if you were in that trade. Just in general, look what like using the wave. Meanwhile, RXO, oh man, I didn't take look at that. There was the alert not long ago either. 1111 RXO 1171. No, no, I'm sorry. That's the repeating. 1239, 1239. Okay. It's amazing. Not one stock. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Black is I'm going to change the color here because it black means up. So let me and you know what? They're probably ETFs. Yeah, they're ETFs. I'm going to change the coloring. That's better. Better coloring. Okay. Big drop in silver now. SLV. Was there a big drop? Because it was sort of hanging around the one. Oh yeah. Wow. Oh man. Now how's HYMC doing? What a day. Oh, go Sophie, go. Getting closer and closer to that potential support. Did HYMC ever win a race? I don't think it won a race. No, it didn't. So let's say I'll be so surprised if HYMC has not dropped on that silver move. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. So yeah, guys, if you won't short, I guess you're just sitting on your hands. Silver plays must be just getting wrecked now. Take a look at EXK. EXK. Yeah, I mean they're just just follow the. How about gold? Did gold have the same type? It probably is down, but not as much. Whoa, they're both big bars down. Gold and silver. Silver is down a lot more in terms of a percent though. Right. Whew. Well, let me put the spy in here. Sometimes we might see something, something news. I'm not even going to show you what I saw. Okay. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it, but now I sort of jokingly said I didn't think the spy would hit this level here. But what are we now down? We're down 6 points, which would another. Yeah, I mean it could happen. Another 5 points, be down 11. Okay, guys. So I'm just looking at the Sophie right here. It still has not given me a signal to get out of anything yet. I was watching here, but I will put on a 1 minute chart to see if there's a sliver of blue here. Not yet. Okay, not yet. So if I were in this short a lot earlier, there's possibility I would have taken some off right here. But as long as the market just keeps doing this and this, I mean, no real reason to exit, even cover anything for me. Oh, and then again, there's that daily low right over here at 1919. So still a little bit of room down to that low. Again, these are bucking the trend, guys. These are bucking the trend. I guess people are drinking more. Well, yeah, Vito, but that's, if you're talking about shorting something today though, and you're getting out today. I mean, a stock like Sophie is not going to go up to $1,000 in a heartbeat. Okay. So when you say protecting, I mean, it's the same, so I mean, it's no different from buying something long and then all of a sudden it collapses there like a bio. I get it. You can only lose a certain amount. So in theory, you can lose infinity with a short, but I mean, realistically, it just doesn't. Especially if you're trying to short, these sort of stocks today, it's realistically, it's just not going to happen. Oh, this is the short I had earlier, CWK, but I got out of it. But you know what? Yeah, I mean, you could throw a dart. I mean, virtually anything. Boy, this is quite the sell-off. Yeah, because you're right. This market was up almost an all-time high up here. So we're talking about a 10-point drop now from the high. Well, I'm just gonna try it. I mean, the Sophie short is not like an awesome well, when I say awesome short, it's not, it's not as dynamic as some of them, but you know what? It's a relatively easy one to stay in. Yeah, just boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm gonna have to, stop my, my sound alert on this. Well, at some point, I guess we have to start looking for some bounces. I mean, if the market I mean, the market just maybe if it gets to 680, we start looking for some bounces. Maybe that'll hold it for a bit. I think it's called Trader Exchange or something, Vito. I think that's I don't have it. Trade Exchange or something like that. Trade Exchange. I don't have it, but yeah, Trade Exchange. Okay, there it is. Well, today on a day like well, the only one today, yeah, I mean, remember now, I'm not trying to defend the first of all, the way I use the AI, Stylish Windsor is I don't I use it like a watch list. Okay. I use it like a watch list. But of course, the AI today, is yeah, as long every one. Those are the ideas. Did not know that the market was going to be doing this. Okay, at the beginning of the day, it was pretty positive. AI does not know the market's going to do this. So yeah, I would just back off going long. Maybe it'll set up. Using like a watch list. Maybe. Do you have any trading experience? So upcoming day trader. I mean, that's the you have to be nimble, and because if you see the market doing this, I mean, nothing is going to help you if you're going to go long for most stocks. Okay, most stocks. So you just have to back off. But if you're finding that the AI is not working for you, then you can always go back down to standard, or not back down, but go to standard. If you find the AI is just not working for you, it's more like a watch list. I mean, I use it like a watch list. I haven't looked at it at all today. There's been so many other things going on, but I use it just as a watch list. So I sort of don't pay any attention to the original to the alert price so much. But the other thing you can try to do if you don't know this, I'm not saying it's going to work today because I mean the market is in disarray. But you do have a reentry column. You may not know that if the stock hits halfway between the original entry and the stop, and then it hits halfway between, it gives you another opportunity. But these are all longs. I mean, I would back off going long, absolutely, right now. Even though like RWT is actually working out not badly, but you're trying to go long today right now, unless it's something super specific, like the EXE worked, but not from our AI, but something very very specific. I mean, it's really tough. But if you're saying that over 2 months it hasn't worked out well for you, then you might want to just take our standard service. Man, Sophie, thank you very much. I mean, I'm just looking at this, guys. I mean, this is to me unbelievable. There has not been one. This is not a stock. I mean, this is just an ETF. There's not been one stock all day long as a potential long in this. I keep looking, making sure I haven't changed a filter. Yeah, I mean, no stock has met the filter requirements to go long in that. Just a sea of red. Wow. Another gold or silver play. Well, again, I'm going to call it a gold play. So gold and silver dropping. Just it's in infancy, Vito. Okay. Yeah, I can give it to you. Let me. One thing I better do though is take off because I've got my sound alert on. That is wow, and it's just going wow, 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 wow in my ear. So I can give this to you. But remember, this is in its infancy. Okay, way too many alerts. The idea was to try to find stocks with low relative volume, like underneath one. Okay, that might be starting to move. Okay, so it's just way too many alerts coming at me, though. I mean, guys, this is. I mean, how many now? Other than that little blue bar there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Straight down on a 5-minute chart. Yeah, yeah, it's picking up steam. Exactly. So, look at the wave, guys. No, but it's actually gone parabolic. Okay. I call this parabolic because see how at least the tops of the bars were at least kind of close to the bottom of the wave. But look at this now. I mean, the wave may start to catch up, but look at this now. Gone almost parabolic down. If you don't have the wave, just let me know. I can show you guys how you can add the wave to your charts. It is part of the standard service, so it's free. I mean, free. It's part of the standard service, not an add-on, is what I'm trying to say. Oh, I thought this might have been a stock, but nope. This is shorting Bitcoin. So if you think Bitcoin is going to continue down, you can buy this one. Okay, this is the short, and it's only it looks like it's just a one timer. So if Bitcoin does move up, okay. What are you talking about this, Vito? It just all it is very simple. I mean, all it is the price is between 10 and 50. The current volume, see, I'm trying to find low relative volume stocks, low relative. And so the stock has to, and a million shares traded, has to be at least two candles, 5 minute candles up at least, or at least two 5 minute candles down. And then, or it could be up at least 2% from yesterday's close, or so it's sort of a combo. If you just want to see, well, if you just wanted to see stocks making, and then if a stock makes a new low for the day, you get the alert. Well, there's not been one stock in that scan that has made a new high for the day with these filters in place. That's all. Not one stock all day. I mean, I'm going back to what was the first alert? I might not even be able to see 944, which makes sense because I mean it has to be up at least or down at least two 5 minute candles. So that's 10 minutes right there. And most of them are just going to look like this. Well, guys, a bounce, a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope here. Maybe. What a day to go long, or not long, but have a. You're saying BRAI is a direct. What was it? What was it priced at? What a day to go long. Wait, what a day to have an IPO. So it wasn't, well, it's an IPO, but it's a direct listing. So it's not going through the traditional. Did they say what it was priced at? But only 100 shares right now. Well, Vito, you can use the Qs, you can use NASDAQ, you can use the Russell. I mean, you can use there's all sorts of different ways to zero in on what you're looking for, but I like the SPY. It's pretty, this is telling you that virtually everything is down. But you could use Qs, obviously. I mean, the Qs, you're going to look the same. All right, guys. Well, I'll be taking a break, and I need one in about 25 minutes. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room, and I have just yeah. So you see what's happening with Sophie. I'll just show you Sophie now how it's tracking completely. Well, you could do that, Vito. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. Play the SQs, yeah. Nothing stopping you from doing that. So I mean, look how closely Sophie is tracking this, the SPY. So on that right there, on that little move here, I have taken some off. I have not taken everything off though. I'm sure if I go to a 1 minute chart, it's going to show blue, a little bit blue. Okay. So at this point, but I've taken some off in this area, and yeah, so I'm out of everything now. It's just tracking the market, completely tracking the market now. How do I scale out? I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I know what scaling out means. Well, I just, when I feel there's a turn, I'll take some off. Now, if you're asking me how much, I mean, it depends stock to stock. 25%, 30%, 50%. It stock to stock. I mean, there's no, well, every time, I get a turn, I'm going to take off a third of it. It's it it's stock to stock. Also, will depend on where was able to get into this. Okay, if I was in way earlier, it'd be a lot easier even to hold on through this, but I wasn't. So there's no hard and fast rule for me. It really depends on what I'm seeing, how and right now, and I'm just looking at this. I mean, if this stops, but look, I mean, this is so you're going to see a lot of stocks, but I bet you a lot of financial stocks are going to look like this. In fact, let's take a look at XLF just for fun. Just the yeah, a little bit. Well, that's on a 1 minute, so that's not. Let me get to a 5. Yeah, I mean a little bit of a blip, but not much. Not much. When I say a blip, I mean a little bit of a turn up, but this still looks super weak. IQ, I haven't seen you for a while. And here's one that is sort of bucking the trend. Yeah, FSLY was making a new high here. Yeah. And this is not a bad one from our AI. I mean, in fact, it's pretty darn good on a day that the market's down. On a day that the market's down, at least now I'm not saying it was beautiful because, very choppy, but at least it did pick up on FSLY. So for a move 5% up, not bad on a day where this market is just being massive sell off from the open. But that is not your style, William. You're all or nothing. I'm telling you. Not that this was a very choppy one to try to use the wave. Okay, very very choppy, but using the wave has just helped me immensely, keeping in trades way longer. I know I say this all the time, but way longer. Yeah, well, I did. I'm an old dog, and I had to learn this. Seriously, I was I was skeptical. Well, I was skeptical if it would help me. I was really skeptical, but I found that it really, really has helped me keeping a trade way longer than I ever used to. All right, guys. And look, here's a little red bar. So the Sophie is having another little red bar. That's why I'm not out completely of that trade, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. And remember, when I'm in a trade, guys, I have the chart thumbnailed on one of my other monitors, so it's not like I have to see it here. Well, I'm certainly looking for a transition, okay? But the bar. I mean, yes, it did turn blue. If you're asking about this, um, and it did turn blue, but I did not get out of the entire trade because it's not like it was blue, 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 like really shooting up. Well, how do I right here? How do I specifically ride the wave down until there's a transition? That's me, Vito. Okay, please. I mean, there's no. This is just what I look at. Okay, I'm just riding the wave, ride the wave. When I saw this little turn, but it wasn't so much that I was also looking at the spy. Okay, I was looking at the spy at the very same time. And the minute we had a blue bar, which was that blue bar right there, I thought, oh, okay, let's take some off in case there's a little bit of a rally. Okay. And you can't create it. IQ can't do it. You're talking about an alert? Are you talking about like a real time alert when you get a buy flag? IQ? Or you're just talking about seeing it on a 15-minute chart? Yeah, I know. I know. It's not. I know, and people were hounding him yesterday. Well, some might have been hounding him yesterday. Yeah. Well, hopefully they keep working on it. He's been hearing it from the customers. So again, I don't know what it takes. I don't know what it takes for the developers to do it. I really don't. It might be just it may be just something that he says, okay, developers, that's all you're going to do until you fix it or do it, and not do anything else. I really don't know. Well, the wave works on any time frame. When you say does it have a 15-minute? Okay, I mean, when I say works, I mean you can get a wave on any time frame you want. If the filters are, there's 15. No, but he's asking for a real time alert. He's asking for a real time alert. So when you get, say, a buy flag or a sell flag, you create your own scan, and then your trigger would be a sell flag or a buy flag, as opposed to, so for instance here, as an example, okay? What I want it also. Okay, I like to see it. So here's my trigger, my two triggers: a new high of the day or a new low of the day here. But what if you could have a trigger, a real time alert when you get a buy flag or a sell flag? That's what we're talking about: creating your own scan and then having a real time alert when you get a buy flag or a sell flag. That's what we're talking about. Well, not no, in this case, I would create a scan. I don't like having multiple alerts in a scan. That's just me. I mean, some people don't mind, but I don't like having multiple. I mean, I know I have one for the up and one for the down. But for instance, I don't want to have a new 5-minute high, a new 30-minute high, a new 60-minute high. Okay. So the way I like to do things is just have one alert on the scan. So yeah, it'd be nice to have a buy flag as the alert, as the real time alert, or the sell flag as the real time alert on the way down. But we can't do it. But it's been asked, and if you guys every Wednesday when you come in, when he's there, just keep hounding him. I'm serious. I mean, it appeared that he was sort of listening yesterday. I wasn't in there, but Pepe said that, oh, it's possible. Of course, it's possible. But as I've said many times, what time is it now? 11:47. So I've said many times, some of you may just want to track the SPY or the Qs or the Russell, or maybe you've got Apple or Meta. Maybe you've got some stocks you really want to follow all day long. A handful of them, 3 or 4 stocks. You could thumbnail them. Okay, you could thumbnail them, and then if you're watching the SPY, you're seeing what's happening, and then you see that sell flags, and I wonder, and then underneath the VWAP you could have said, okay, I'm going to short this and put my stop just above the VWAP, you know, and you're just looking at 3 or 4 charts every single day. Well, new highs and new lows of the day. When you say reactive instead of proactive, well, it depends. I mean, you could if you that's what you want to see. If you want to see a new high or a new low of the day, I mean, that I don't know if that is reactive. I mean, if you set up your scan the way you want. So if I want to see, well, if you're talking about the buy and sell, now here's another thing to remember. I mean, we do have a scan for that. We do actually have a scan for that. If you click just on the five, be interesting to see what it would look like. Well, again, is there a confirmation? I mean, Vito, you're asking. I mean, was this an absolute confirmation to short the SPY just because you saw a sell flag here? Because you had a sell, a buy, and a sell. Is that an absolute confirmation? There's no such thing as an absolute confirmation, but at some point when if you have been watching the SPY, you might have said, it's still hanging. It cannot get through the VWAP. It cannot get through the VWAP. And at some point, okay, you take the trade and you put a stop above the VWAP or something. But there's no 100% confirmation it was going to do that. Okay. So remember, there is a scan. If you click on new and then Market Explorer and right click in this Market Explorer window, hover over select strategy. Another box will pop up. Go down to Trade Wave. Another box will pop up and Trade Wave buy. Now this is on a buy. I wonder how many we've had today. And so this is a scan that is specifically for Trade Wave buy on a 5-minute. You cannot adjust it. In other words, when I say you cannot adjust it, you cannot create the price range or anything else about it. Let me get to a 5-minute chart. You cannot change the time frame. So you can see there's a little buy flag there. Okay, does that mean you're going to take the trade? Okay, not necessarily. I mean, I'd be watching this market, and if the market continues down, I would not be taking that trade. Okay. No, you can't. No. So please listen carefully, everybody. This is a canned scan. Okay, you cannot make any adjustments to it whatsoever. You have this is so you can't say, okay, only one. If you don't like the price, don't click on it. Okay, as an example. Okay, the volume will be fine. Okay, that volume right there is the volume in the bar, but the volume, is typically going to be fine. There's 2 million, 7 million, 600,000. I mean, the volume is going to be fine. You're not going to see something that's trading 10,000 shares. Okay, but that's it. You cannot make any adjustments. Okay, no adjustments. So in order to get this, and the other thing is that the bar has to close because it and you want that because you want a confirmation that the bar is in fact going to be remain blue. Okay, you can't see anything behind it. Nope. This was something done by Michael Noss when he was at Trade Ideas several years ago. He created all those Market Explorer strategies. So you can take a look at it, but you can't make any adjustments. You can't see the filters behind it. Okay, so please repeat. So click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, okay? And click on Market Explorer window. Okay, click on it, left click on it. When you do that, this blue box will show up called My Market Explorer Strategy. Right click, and then you see where it says Select Strategy. When you hover over that, then another big box pops up. You just have to move down to Trade Wave. Another box pops up, and then Trade Wave by 5 minutes. You can also look at it on a daily and a weekly. Okay, so please don't ask. Well, I want it for 2, or I want it for 15, or I want it for 30. This is stuck at 5. Okay, okay. Well, some are using the some are Teddy asking the question. I mean, I know some are using this trade wave by 5. That's the only one I would possibly use. I don't, but I mean, that's the only one I would possibly use. Okay, so so again, you cannot make any adjustments to it. So if you don't like the price of something that's showing up, don't click on it. Not trying to be harsh or anything, but I mean that's just the reality. Okay. No, no idea. I mean it probably, well, it'll have some relative volume, but you just have to accept it, Vito. Okay. I mean it's just because he's gone, so this is not being updated at all. Okay, just accept it. If you don't like the price, app. Some people don't want to trade a $374 stock, then don't click on it. Some might not mind the VNet, okay, because it's a $14 stock. Just click on it. There's the buy flag right there. Does it mean it's going to continue? No. I have a feeling there probably had to be 2 consecutive candles ahead of it. I have a feeling, but I don't know for sure. Okay, and that relative volume there, that is for the actual candle itself. Okay, and you can see that it's usually yeah, because look at the relative volume. It says 9 for CGNX, but the relative volume today is 18. So that is for the candle itself. Yeah, I guess you could. You could put it in, well, a multi-strategy window. No. Oh, yeah, yes, I guess you could. I mean, you can have this. You don't have to load it. You could load it. You could make it just part of your layout. You don't have to put it into a multi-strategy window. You can just make it part of your layout. So if I want to save my layout right now and it's here, then I don't have to load it every day. And you will get some alerts in the pre-market also. Okay. It does work in the pre-market. I'm just looking down here, see if we had any in the pre-market. Yeah, we had 820, 725. And notice that you don't necessarily, I mean, you will not get any, you'll get them no every 5 minutes, but not necessarily every 5 minutes. But look how crazy it is at 9:30. I'm just looking to see if there are any gaps. Yeah, no gap. There are no gaps today, but sometimes you might see an alert at 11, and then the next one might be at 11:10. Okay, today there seem to be one every 5 minutes. But so you don't. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could put this into a multi-strategy window. I never thought about it. Any particular reason why, though? I don't think you can because you cannot do the collaboration. I don't think you can. Because to put things in a multi-strategy window, you have to have the collaborate. So I don't think you can. But okay. Yeah, I didn't think so. Thank you, Pat. Yeah, because you don't have that right click, you don't see the collaboration, so you can't do that. You can put it in a dock, though. You can put it in a dock window, I guess, if you want. This is just one window. Yeah, this is just one window. Okay, guys, I gotta get ready because Steve is going to show up soon. So just let me get ready. I'm going to put my announcement in. Now, listen, I'll be honest. I mean, I don't know how well it would work, even if I had the buy and sell flags, alerts within my own scan. It doesn't mean just because I see a buy that I'm going to pile into the trade. I'd still would want to wait to see, what's happening. Is there some resistance on top if I'm going to go long? So let me just going to X this out. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. All right, control copying, talking to myself. Okay, so there's the YouTube link, guys. Yeah, you can only backtest one concept. Okay, you pick one real time alert, and that's what you backtest on. So you create your scan, whatever it is. You have one trigger, one real time alert, and you backtest on that. Oh, Steve will be in our YouTube room. Okay, so it's not there yet. I'm just waiting for him to show up now. Hope goes over what more, Vito? So backtesting, just the new channel. I'm not even sure. Well, really nothing to go over. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Most consecutive up, the ones that have moved the most in 30 minutes. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. So backtesting, just very quickly, is if you had a scan that you created, okay, and you thought, well, I wonder if I just took every single stock that popped into that scan over the last up to 63 days, okay? What if I did that? What would happen if I took every single stock? So you could backtest the scan over the last 63 days and say, okay, what if I took every single stock that popped into that window over 63 days? What would happen? Would it be a good strategy? Were there 70% of them? 70% of them, were they moving in the direction I want versus 30% not? What was the win-loss ratio? Things like that. Okay, it's a concept that most of us don't. Well, most traders don't do. There you go. There's Steve. I think just popped in. Just give me a moment, Steve. Yeah, I just want to continue. Most of our customers do not backtest. It can be a lot of fun if you got the time and the inclination. Okay, but most of our traders do not do that. So guys, I'm going to see you in about 1 hour. Steve is in the YouTube room now, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. And hello, Steve. What a morning. Hello. What a morning. Good grief. Have you seen the financials, Steve? Have you looked at XLF?
No.
Take a look at XLF. And
I saw GLD.
But look at the 200-day moving average for XLF now.
Yeah, that's falling off the ledge.
Yeah, underneath the two. That's the first major sector that's underneath and it's the financial sector. So that is that's a bit of a warning.
Yeah, that's not good. I don't like the action at all today. I'll talk about it. I went to complete cash. I don't know what happened out there, but something seems really scary.
Well, it's funny too. Not funny, but I mean, when I was looking at silver and gold earlier, especially silver earlier, and it was down 1%, whatever, and then all of a sudden, it was kind of holding, even when the market was falling. Then all of a sudden, 3 giant candles down. I don't know what it's down now, but
I think some headline came out. I don't know. I'll have to look into it, but we're still in a headline market, it seems like. And I was looking at the SPY, and it's just like such a long grind. Look at this. Just it's almost been like the last 6 months or 4 months since October. You have a big down day, then it recovers, down day, and it's just like this heartbeat that's just kind of running into a wall here. I don't know where we're supposed to go.
Right.
It's a weird market. It's very weird. Andy and I can't get our hands around it, and we're going to Lowe's here as I speak. So I'll talk about it.
The SPY is just making another low. I'm in a Sophie short as an example. I mean, it's you could probably just throw a dart and pick any short at all, but I'm in a SOFI short, just following the market down. I took
Yeah,
off a
they're
little
working.
bit. I'm using the wave a lot. I just took off a little bit when the SPY popped up a little, and you can see it basically, Sophie mirrored it, took off a little on that, but I didn't take off. I'm still in the trade because of the wave. I
Well, I
love the
looked
wave, Steve. I love the wave.
on the wave.
And I hope that you keep hammering at Dan. I mean,
They will. He knows.
I know he knows, but there's one thing knowing, and then there's one thing doing something about it.
Well, the other thing is getting priority. Yeah. So
Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, I know what the priority is. I get it, but I think that the wave has been one of the greatest additions to our software that we've had in years. And so just get that extra thing, get the real-time alerts for the buy and sell. Forget
I
the other
agree.
stuff for a while, because that's what people want.
Well, it's a great tool for new users too, or new traders too. So
Good tool for me. I'm an old trader. I would love to see it. So anyway, I'll let you go. I don't want to dominate. I know you've got a lot to talk about. So I'll come back about 5-2. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Hello, everybody. The people what they want. Yeah, I mean, I do too. It's just a matter of allowing them to put the pieces in order together in the right way to get it done. I mean, I'm sure Dan has told you this is going to be a big year for Trade Ideas to restructure the technology stack, they call it, and a lot of these ideas will be incorporated, but we have to build the foundation first. But I'm in total agreement. The Trade Wave is one of the best tools out there for all types of users. What's up, Patrick? Oh my God. PSLV. Yeah, I'm as I mentioned earlier, I took everything off the table, and I'll explain why. Two reasons. Once I saw gold just fall out of bed like that, and then the NASDAQ and the SPYs weren't bouncing, they just kept going through their 5-day moving average. I started looking around, and it just didn't feel right. The second thing is I had so much fun going skiing last week with Dan and Brian that Brian and I scheduled an impromptu ski trip next week. So I'm leaving you guys again next week for 4 days. I'll be back next Friday, but I'm leaving Sunday. I'm going to go out to Colorado this time, chase the snow. Well, I don't know if there's any necessarily headline specific news. Somebody's making a good point. Let's look at the weekly on XLF. It's not looking good. It's breaking the 50 week as we speak here. A lot of crazy headlines going out there. And again, I'm leaving town on Sunday. I went full risk off. I don't want any risk at all, because the last ski trip I was on, I started waking up early and managing the portfolio and trading and doing a little this and a little that. And then I found myself on the ski lift. Every time we're going up the lift, I'm pulling out my phone and I'm looking at I'm like, what am I doing? I came here to escape all this crap. So this time I've learned my lesson. I went full risk off, 100%. I have 0 positions as I speak to you right now. Maybe I'll day trade tomorrow. I don't know. But my plan is to go into this 3-day weekend. If you didn't know, it's a 3-day weekend. Markets won't open back up until Tuesday, and I just don't want to have to sweat it out. I'm going back on a vacation to enjoy the time, and I don't want to have to be pulling my phone out because I feel like compelled to make sure I'm managing risk. So there you have it. Yeah, thank you. I can't wait. We had such a good time, Dan and I and Brian, in Tahoe. The weather was amazing. The snow was amazing. The company was amazing. The 3 of us talked a lot about everything. The lake, we had a house right next to the lake. It's Dan's sister's house, pretty nice house. And I did it one day, but Dan jumped in every single day because he's Russian. But we'd come home from skiing and go in the sauna for 40 minutes till we're dripping, and then jump in the lake, which was 40 degrees. So really good time. So I intend on enjoying this next one even more without having to look at risk and all that stuff. Learning my lesson how to relax on vacation a bit more. Never been to Europe to ski. Maybe one of these days. This market is just really ugly. let's just take a look here. It looked like we were trying to go back to lows in the S&P, and then we popped right back up. I mean, geez, this is a weekly chart again. Where do we really go from here? You know, look at all these weeks. Just this is kind of a swing trader's nightmare, quite honestly. You get positioned and you think you're going to get a move, and then it just reverses on you. So it's been a lot of give and take for me the last few weeks. That's for sure. But I'm here to talk about whatever you guys want. All cash, time to Super G. Yeah, exactly. Well, shortable might work. It could work. It could very well work, and I'll tell you why. You know, you're underneath here intraday. You're underneath that moving average. You could short it right here and lean on it. If it pops back up and you get a closing 15-minute candle, these are my rules. I'm not telling you what to do, but if I were to short right here, I would consider that a pretty tight risk reward. So if it pops back up and closes above 420, I'm out of my short. If the short works, it's a quick drop down here below 400. So I really see nothing wrong with that. Well, it's not up to me to get it ready, but I can certainly just keep pushing on it. And, again, I'll just be reminding Dan. He'll say, I know. How much people want to use the trade wave to buy and sell triggers. I get it. Layer 1 was having it on our charts and telling us what to do. But layer 2 is to automate that and have it really come to life. So, of course, as you can imagine, this isn't something that's born overnight. Dan's specialty is thinking outside the box and giving Brad directives on how to mock it up and build it and then handing it to the developers. So the developers are catching up on all of his ideas, which are great ideas, but they can't happen overnight. But I'll continue to remind him. Anyway, if there's any new users here, of course, speak up. This is your hour. I don't really have much to talk about because I'm not doing anything trading wise. One eye on the markets and one eye on the mountains. Matter of fact, I have a new pair of skis being delivered today. I'm kind of excited to set them up. So again, yeah, if there's anybody that needs help with trade ideas, let me know. We can go through anything you guys want to go through. What was that? Terry, what happened to XLF? I don't know. Oh, skiing at Kirkwood's awesome. I went there when I was younger. A lot of the locals go there in South Lake because there's not a lot of out-of-towners and tourists. It's a great mountain. It's kind of shaped like Mammoth, but you got to drive a little bit to get to it. We were on the north side. We went to North Star and then Squaw Valley, which they call Palisades now. But on the other side, it's called Alpine Meadows, and that was getting some nice sun. For February, it was just so warm. We couldn't believe it. Really nice snow. Actually, I got a video, I think. Yeah. I got to show you how nice the weather was. So this is up top of Alpine Meadows. And Brian and I switched helmets. So he's taking video of me now. And that's Brian's shadow. But you could see it was just super. The snow was nice. It wasn't icy. It was sunny. Couldn't have asked for more. Really fun. So looking forward to getting back this weekend. Although it's probably going to be really cold and snowy this time in Denver, in Colorado. We're going to Copper Mountain and Loveland. That's enough of that. So yeah, whatever you guys want to talk about. Hello. Oh, Mike. Hello. K-Watan, you need some help? Let me know. I'm here to help. This is an hour for you guys. But yeah, going back to that MU short, whoever mentioned that, not looking too bad. It's been a big run up in the semis for sure. Look at RCAT. Yeah, I've been giving up on these drone stocks. RCAT. You could make a compelling case on the daily chart that we've got nice 3-4 days of pullback right into the 10 SMA. So you could just kind of watch right here. Again, kind of a good, decent risk reward long, kind of the opposite of what MU was on the short side. So, you could take a long position, maybe half size is what I would do, and then stop out below the current lows. And if they try to double dip the low, then, they've already done that basically today. Not a bad chart. I mean, it's set up a lot like what JetBlue was looking like. Even though I liked that chart, I'm giving up on everything. I just want to clear the decks. Oh, I'm glad I cleared up on that. It went lower. We were looking at the weekly. Hold on. Let's go back to the daily. And MU, same thing on the daily. We were looking at the weekly. So we'll go back to, what was it? RCAT. Oops. All right. So weekly charts we were looking at, my bad. Yeah, it doesn't look bad coming up on the 50-day moving average at the same time. Yeah, the JetBlue, a lot of things are just blowing right through levels of interest. So I would be careful on the long side, trying to catch a falling knife out there for the long side. Spiders look like they want to go back to lows. That whoever called out that MU short probably has the best idea at the moment. That one's gotten ahead of itself. Big kind of a reversal spike today. I wouldn't discount that idea at all. Whoever that was, I forgot. Sorry. So RCAT and ONDS. ONDS had a nice bounce last week, but they're just all rolling back over. I see a stock in ONDS that's just nothing more than being held down by its daily moving averages. It's got just tons of walls it has to fight through. It's a tough one. GameStop trade of the week. Jeez, just can't get going. And if it closes below the 200 today, that's a stop. We're in Puerto Rico in a couple weeks for a place to live, and my girl out of here. Scouting for a place to live, NYS, me and my girl out of here. Yeah. I've lost interest. I especially lost interest in UAVS. I mean, they tried to announce this morning, hey, we sold a drone to some company over in South Asia. They can't even get themselves to lift out of the PR. AEVA and all these other stocks, they should have bounced weeks ago. So I can't really find anything of interest right now, sector-wise, quite honestly. The home builders were strong. Lowe's, the trade of the week 2 weeks ago. Looks like it's probably topping out here after a good run. At least that trade of the week worked out for the people who took that. When we look at the XHBs, the home builders are just curiously strong. However, they do seem to have a topping tail again going on here today, perhaps. I'm just not seeing where I would rotate into if I was forced to be here and trade. And thank God I'm not. I'm going to be leaving town. So I have a Schwab account. I thought if I give Thinkorswim a try for, I'd give it a try for just what a piece of garbage it's changing behind about. So, Stephen, are you using the app, the Thinkorswim app? If you are, I don't use that. I never liked it. I'm using the Thinkorswim web version, and I've got a tab open all the time. And I love the web version, and I certainly love the mobile version as well. So if you're using the app version, I would probably agree with you. It's probably less than desired. I didn't like it, but the minute I went to just another tab on my Chrome that opened up my Thinkorswim account, I like that a lot better. So if you haven't tried that, try that. Thank you. Yeah, it was an awesome trip. I don't know if we can do better than that. I'm going to be going to Utah in March to Bryan Head. Those are the planned trips. If it's a big spring, I don't know, something in me might just go by myself up to Mammoth later in early April. But I like to use my time this time of year to get out and do the skiing stuff. ETFs aren't telling anything now in the across the board. I'm not really seeing anything in ETFs. Meaning which sectors are like really strong on the day here. And you can see there's more red than there are green ideas. And treasuries, okay, well, we don't really trade treasuries. Another treasury instrument, we don't really trade that. That means interest rates are coming down a little bit. Healthcare, okay, healthcare has been holding up. And then we start to get red. We can't even hold the agriculture or real estate or home builders since the open. Anything that gapped up has just been crushing back down. So I'm feeling pretty good about clearing the decks and going to no risk. I was really hoping the market could do something, but it doesn't look like it wants to. So, there it is. The market will do what it wants, which reminds me of a funny story. My neighbor, she passed away 98, and her 70-year-old son is like trying to sell the house and get it fixed up to sell, but he's so stubborn. He doesn't have any market experience. I want to tell him, but I can't. He's firm on the price he's holding at. And he's had a couple offers that have been underneath for it. And I basically said, well, the market is what these people are willing to pay. And it looks like these people are willing to pay X. You've got a couple people, they all stopped at that same price. And he says, no, I'm just going to wait it out. I can wait it out. Okay, so he's smarter than the market. I don't think he's going to be happy with his decision. I know I'm not. I'm tired of wish you'd just sell the damn thing. You may need to allocate more memory. Yeah, the application setting. Good point, Pepe. Do I trade around any opening range breakouts? Not really, because I'm not really a day trader. However, I will use an opening range breakout, Vito, to add to something. So let's say if I'm already long something and I see it gapped up and it pulled in a little bit, and then it starts to go back up, and then it breaks back out of that range that it gapped up into, I'll use that to add to a position. And I might even enter a position if I'm watching it. It just has to be in a situation where I'm watching it, and I'm kind of anticipating that. But I don't look for opening range breakouts to play for the most part. I've got my symbol list of stocks that I like to play. Every ETF that's strong for a sector, I know the stocks that are in there. It's funny, my daughter's going to Thailand in March for a yoga retreat that she does. Oliver Velez is he has, I haven't read his stuff in forever, but for swing trading, he was pretty wise. I liked his content back in the day when I was reading it. Let's see. We have somebody who lives in Panama. They really enjoy Panama. They work here. She works here. And she moved from South Africa to Panama. Pretty cool. I'm so glad I'm not trying to make sense of this market today. Not to push anybody down, but I'm not seeing it. It's been very difficult action for a swing trader. I forgot I went on mute for a second. Yes, what scans? I was talking about this scan here. This is the only scan that I would use. As I was talking about this window, it was more to the point of these are my favorite stocks. So who asked me that question? I don't have a favorite scan, but as you can see, look at all the red I was talking about in my favorite symbol list. These are all the stocks I like to trade. So I'm kind of glad that I'm on the sidelines today and not participating. That's what I was saying earlier. And this is a scan to who asked, when I do look for a scan, when something is interesting and the market's going and I'm in a mood to start buying stuff, this is a scan I can turn to because it's basically showing me ideas. Anything on here is up on the day, but more importantly, these all have a high short float. And these high short floats can oftentimes just continue to move stocks higher through levels. Getting some green here, but we can't get a very big bounce, can we, in the NASDAQ or SPYs? It's a flat bounce. That tells me a lot that we're just kind of sit here maybe and wait for these moving averages to come down towards the end of the day. I don't know. But that's what I was mumbling about when I was on mute, so you didn't miss anything. The question was, what's your favorite scan? And I talked about not so much a scan, but a list of my favorite symbols. And then if I do have to go to a scan, I'll go to the short squeeze scan, which I did, in fact, drop, I believe. No, I didn't. Watch. Let me drop this. Oh, that's funny. It went behind there. What was that all about? All right. APLD. It's a lot of consolidation on the sideways. It looks like it wants to do something. It's just hanging in there. It's a decently strong stock. Short float is 35%. Yeah, that's right. So, you can, what I'll do is I'll say, hey, if this short float ever does go, I can pop an alert in right there. And then inside the alert, I can remind myself there's 35% short. So when it goes off, I know what I was thinking. Yeah, on the short float scan, the ones that are up at the top, they've already run a lot. So it makes it kind of hard to jump into those. But if you dig down inside here, things that aren't up as much, there might be some interesting ideas. And so this would be my one go-to scan that Trade Ideas uses that I would incorporate, into my workflow. Now, I want to highlight something. Just look how bad this day really is. Looking at the little barber pole here, or whatever you want to call it. It's 80% stocks making new lows versus 20% stocks making new high. And this is aggregate since the morning bell rang. So this isn't just a snapshot. It's been a pretty nasty grind ever since the open. And now we're entering, the midday. Wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of low volume, kind of attempted bounces here. Big retail names on short floats, yeah. What's Costco's short float? No, not that one. Big retail names. No, must be different names. Apparel and things like that. What filters do you have or like to give? The short float. I like that filter. The short float filter just kind of really adds a nice touch to anything, especially for the long side that you want to know about going long on. But the fact that we're down 80% day on the red, most of my favorite stocks are red on the day. I'm just not interested in trying to pick bottoms when I'm going out of town. especially. Oh, the video shorts I do. Yeah, sometimes I do educational, sometimes I do the reaction ones. Okay, so Ron, the short squeeze scan is in there. What you want to do is just right click on it. And then when you right click, you save the link, you copy link address. And then once you've copied the link address, you go to file, load from cloud. And it should pop right in there like that. There you go. So that's what it would look like on your end. All right, I scrolled down. I think I'm all caught up, but I'm seeing the NASDAQ. Every single attempt to try and bounce just is not working, which is crazy. And they were really hitting crypto hard too, which is just unfortunate. This is a 1 hour chart. They just can't build off of these lows. I would have thought they could have tried to build something back in here, but the sellers are popping back into Bitcoin and rolling it back over. It's tough in crypto right now. Seeing more red coming through my tickers. This is the S&P 500 high low and nothing coming through green. I have no interest in trying to really trade long today. If you're trying to establish some good short positions, you're putting your boat, your canoe in the right river. You know, that's pointing it downstream and trying to get the flow to go in your direction down. I'm not interested in trying to go opposite long for, again, a couple of reasons. The market's telling me not to. And personally, I'm leaving town. There are certain things I can short, but it hasn't really served me well in the way this market's been working. So as we're getting kind of the top end of this rainbow here, it really seems like it's just musical chairs was what I was thinking about earlier. At any moment, you can get this downdraft, and so far the downdrafts pop back into play, but at some point there's no guarantee that you can just keep playing that same, MO where you can trust that the buyers will jump back in. And today, I tell you, there's not a lot of interest in buying these indexes back. And then, just again, I know Dan was talking about it yesterday, but the real-time data that comes through Trade Ideas, it gives me a flavor. It gives me an idea. When I see nothing but red coming through these active tickers, it's just a constant reminder of what's going on out there. Yeah, if we just continue to range like this, that's a swing trader's nightmare. I don't really want that. What it would do is it would just force me to day trade. And I prefer to swing trade, but I'm not going to do things that don't work. Most likely, smart money is moving outside to South Korea, Brazil. Oh, interesting. EWY, EWZ. Yeah, It's definitely a different shaped chart in terms of what our S&P looks like. They've been trending higher. They've been breaking out of their trends. How would I trade a ranging market? I would day trade it. Like I was saying, the ranging market is a swing trader's nightmare, because you keep setting up shop and then hoping for a couple days movement, and it just goes nowhere. And so you just wind up grinding yourself into a pulp. So you're really better off just short terming and day trading and getting out by the end of the day. Again, the best read is going to be Brian at Alpha Trends. That's the only person I would recommend. It would be buying things pulling back, Teddy, on like the 5-day moving average or certain areas that make sense. But that's really hard to get right now. In individual names, JetBlue certainly could work, but it's had 4 days of really vicious pullback. If we just look at the SPY, you basically just kind of see, every little stab pullback, has been met with some sort of buying, but your time frame has to become very short. And when you see the money there, you take it. You don't even think about sticking around for more. That's the mentality you have to get into. Yeah, you could do some meat. Definitely don't buy breakouts. I think if you just stay away from, to answer the question, how would you trade that market? Don't buy breakouts. You have to buy the jam downs, the opening range liquidity hunts down to levels that make sense to you. Like I got out of this game earlier. I just cleared the decks, but I was looking to buy it down there. Could have been an interesting buy above 2373 as it starts to show some strength again. But if I was day trading this, I'd probably just hold on to it and then flip it an hour later. That's not really what I want to do. It requires too much attention to detail. I'd rather just kind of set up shop and go about my other things. But I just don't like the way the market has been musical chairs lately. This is a really, really tough situation here. Vicious downdrafts. I don't really want a part of that until things get better. I don't know what the market's bracing for. Is that what the market's bracing for? I don't know. Okay, I'll go over a channel. Is it in the docs channel bar? The most, is that the one it is? Okay. So what this probably is stocks that are now being displayed to you in format where it's showing the most new highs on the day. See what they've done here under count alert in the alert windows. This is all this is. It's just simple trade ideas strategies, but rather than having them come through in a linear fashion, we're showing you, like I did last week, how you can double click the count alerts and have the stocks. Like right now, INCY has made the most highs at 83 new highs. And so it's just shoveling and shuffling all the new highs to the top. That's why it's called the most. Whichever ones are making the most new highs, they're going to show up at the top. That's what those are. As far as these are going to be, any tree map is going to be a top list. And those are pretty basic. But the real idea behind this are these two windows here that are showing us APPD and INCY. These have had the most interest since we turned this on, aggregately making new highs quickly. And that's really all that is on that channel. I'm just more curious if everything can bounce out of this area here, or if it's just going to wallow down here near lows all day. That's what's got me most curious right now, is the fact we just can't get a bounce. There was a wild downdraft in silver and gold. This poor Bitcoin just can't get anything going. I think Michael Saylor's starting to look like it's taking a toll on him. And I'm fine with that because he's kind of a clown. He's definitely a clown. Check in with these cryptos. They're just selling everything today. Stocks, cryptos, silver, gold. Yeah, no real sense of sector, but that's my feeling today, Vito. There's no sense of trying to find something that's rotating into based on everything that trade ideas are showing me, especially this sell to buy, new highs to new lows. Most of my stocks over here are all red. I can't find a sector that's strong for the life of me. Anything that's coming through on a bounce, these are short 30-minute highs, 15-minute highs. So we're kind of in the midday doldrum bouncing range here. I just feel like standing aside for the moment, especially again, since I'm leaving town on Sunday for 4 days. And Monday is a holiday. So it's just kind of step aside and, as they say in the casino, press, change, rearrange. Yeah, Alpha Trends, Brian, they have a Discord room over there as well. But his books are just a great place to start reading and learn about timeframes. Yeah, I'm never going to sell my XRP tokens, Mike. I've tried to play around with XRPI, the ETF, but I keep getting squashed because Bitcoin just has no interest in going up, and everything seems to follow Bitcoin until it doesn't. The Clarity Act is a big deal. It needs to happen, and now they're talking it might not happen until April. And I'll be quite honest with you, you've got this Epstein file stuff coming out. People are slowly learning about how Bitcoin has been used and kind of turning off a lot of people, putting a bad taste in their mouth. And I even might honestly argue that as people are learning more, they're just like I don't even want to be in stocks right now. What in the world is going on? Just get me to the sidelines so I can assess all this, because it's crazy. It's the stuff Dan and I have been talking about for 8 years, but now everybody else is talking about it. Finally. I think I'm all caught up there. What do we got? Quarter till. Still got some time. XLV is now moving a little bit higher. So if you're in any healthcare stocks, they seem to be okay. But a lot of these little favorite names I have, they're just midday bouncing. They're not doing much. Schwab got smacked the other day from some news that another AI software program is going to take away a lot of their tax planning department. Morgan Stanley too. Certainly not helping the financials as well. Yeah, we started off talking today about the XLF. Somebody brought that up, and I think that's what we just want to keep our eye on. Barry brought that up, and if we close like we do here, this is a shot across the bow of a closing candle in the ETF of the financials that once held on to the 200-day moving average, has come back to revisit it yesterday and just blew right through it today. So if we close handily below this 200-day moving average, I think that's going to be a lot of headlines. Might come from that. Schwab didn't look bad. If you liked the company, it was a really good opportunity to probably jump in here on some short-term bad news. Spiking above the 200-day. They give you a real gift from 107 down to 94. These are the kind of entries I'd be interested in for sure as a swing trader. So some perfect circle. What's going on? Yeah, you want to talk about the news? Well, they've spent 4, 5, 6 days now talking about some woman who's lost her mother to a kidnapping because she's a TV journalist. I think there's a lot more going on there than meets the eye. That's an absolute distraction. They're keeping everybody captivated and distracted by that. But what are they distracting from? JetBlue again on lows. Well, I'm glad I got out of that one. Whew. I tried to buy that yesterday, and it just blew right through it this morning. Silver, I stopped playing silver when it got super volatile last week. That's all I needed to see was that one big break right there. And once it breaks like that, it can just go either way. And you get these wild gyrations just like we saw today. I'm so glad I'm not playing it. So I'm kind of leaving that one alone right now. And that would include the silver miners as well. There's just not a lot of safe havens right now away from volatile headlines, it seems like. I don't have one per se for channeling, but you can go to the Market Explorer window, and if there was ever any stocks based on that, we can go to select strategy and see if we see the word channel. Support resistance, that could be one. Failure to break, things like that. The only other thing I would point you towards is we do have an event that looks to try and assign or figure out what a channel is. So channel breakout confirmed. You can go to the configuration menu and highlight that. Then you can click the help menu, and that'll bring up, as you see, a document to kind of understand the channel breakout and how it's used and confirmed. The Market Explorer is full of a lot of stuff. You know, if you start reading Brian Shannon's stuff, we do have, I think we had some anchored VWAP stuff in here. A VWAP. Those might be available to you. I don't know. I can't remember. I think they are. But it's a myriad of ideas, and I don't really use it that often. You know, when Andy comes in tomorrow, I'll use his the trader's eye scan. He's got like a little dock with like 4 different scans in there. Some of them are sideways, some of them are poised to break out, some of them are pullbacks. But you know, it looks like this. And this is the one that he talks about a lot in pre-market. This is his kind of go-to scan. I mean, if you don't have it, I will give it to you and you can check it out on your own and look at the configurations, see what it's doing. But sometimes I'll go to this scan for trade of the week. I've got to find, you know, unique ideas, trade of the week outside my universe. And this is a good place that I will start many times, this particular scan. And I just dropped it for you guys. Oof, Apple's getting just decimated there. Some weird stuff going on out there, and I don't want to try and figure out. Bitcoin can't get a bounce, which means none of them can get a bounce if Bitcoin can't for the moment. It's a tough day if you're trying to pick a bounce out there. And if you do get a bounce and you pick it off correctly, how far is it going to go for you before it frustrates you? That's the other side of the coin. I see silver going back to lows. Yeah, it's ugly. So the thing I'm watching most here, honestly, right now is SPYs and Qs. And most importantly, what is the price action going to do as it butts into the declining 10 SMA here? Both the NASDAQ and the S&P are currently battling out right now. They're trying to let the price, you know, release through. If the sellers are strong and the day is going to end weak, then this is where the battle is taking place, right here, right now. A lot of times I'll be down here and I'll say, well, I'm just going to have to wait an hour from now to see what it looks like when we get here. And now we're here. So there's that spot in the NASDAQ and that spot respectively in the SPYs. SPYs even worse because they're going sideways. NASDAQ even, you know, attempted to put a bounce in, but a sideways bounce is pretty weak. Just like a sideways pullback would be strong for strong stocks. So what I'm watching here is, in hindsight, you know, we're going to look back at the end of the day and say, you know, this was the spot to put on more shorts, or this was the spot to get out of my longs and protect myself, because this moving average can very well take this indecision of an hour and a half of sideways action and throw it back to lows. It can very well happen. So the SPYs are at 165 relative volume. That means we have selling with volume behind it. And the NASDAQ Qs are at 164. So both ETFs have some relative volume behind it, which is scary if you're trying to hang on for your longs and trying to, you know, not want to see any more lower prices. That might not work. So yeah, big downside volume is not exactly what you want to see if you're holding on for dear life, hodling. We started with the XLF. Let's see what's happening here at the end of the ceremony with the XLF. Same thing, small bounce right into that 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart. If that moving average throws the price of XLF back to lows, you know, watch out, guys. It's weird out there. IYT transports, is that what that was? I think that's what it is. Yeah, even then, boy, yeah. And everybody was talking about the Dow yesterday. Yay, the Dow. Well, that was probably the kiss of death. And that got hammered pretty good. No interest here on my side to want to do anything. And the S&Ps are kind of getting uglier as we speak. Oh, and lastly, of course, down here, I'm watching this. This is more of a tick by tick. This tells the story on the day. But if I start to see this thing start to rise up, it's normal to see that as we look at the S&P right here. Flirting with lows, we start to see new lows come in. And I'll drop this off before I head out with you guys as well. This is just a simple compare count for smaller cap stocks I like to look at. But it really does keep you in the pulse of where we're going. Like if the sudden rush of buy orders came in, we'd have a nice crossover on that green line, but not at the moment. Nothing but red in my tickers. So again, that's the nice part about having live data with trade ideas. It's constantly hitting me in the face. New lows, new lows, new lows, new lows. Yeah, I agree, Patrick. I'm seeing a lot of weakness out there.
All right, Steve, I'm back. When do we cry uncle, at least for today? Can we take off right now?
Like if you're long and you see the spies go to new lows here, I'd probably be crying uncle, but I already cried uncle. I already cried uncle after we broke the 5-day.
Okay. All right.
Because I'm going on vacation again. I just need some mind.
You're taking off next week again, right?
Again, I'm going Monday. Monday's a holiday, but I'll be gone Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Nice. Okay.
Going to Colorado this time.
Nice. Well, listen, I know it's 5-2, so I'll let you go unless you want to wrap this up with any erudite comments.
I just all agree with Patrick. I'm 100% cash as well. So that's my thinking, especially when I'm going on vacation. I did it last time. I started getting up and doing some things, and I really was disappointed in myself because I got on the chairlift and I kept checking my prices. I'm like, I'm not relaxing if I'm doing this. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I was disappointed in myself.
Okay, well, Steve, we'll have a great time next week, and I guess we'll see you in a couple of weeks then. Okay.
I'll be here next Friday. I'll take over.
Oh, you'll be here next Friday. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll
just take over.
The screen off. All right.
Just give me a moment. I know I have to get into a cinema. There we go. Okay. All right. So I'm back in our YouTube room, back in the main room, and now back, get my music going. Guys, well, I see I came back. When I left, the market was trying to put in a little bit of a pop, but nope. Sort of stuck in this area right now, but it looks like we're further down now. We talked when I talking to Steve, and we're looking at that XLF. I mean, this is pretty brutal right now. So we're down underneath the 200-day moving average. This is the financials underneath the 200-day moving average. We're at the low of the day right now. So see what happens. And I still have my Sophie. I'm just going to hang on. It's right at the low of a day, though. So I don't know what I'm going to do. Well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to hold on, and if the SPY just cracks, this could crack along with it. But there is a low right there, that 919. So we're a little bit below that low. So I'll have some of my Sophie left, and that's about it. Okay, yeah. Well, Vito, I want them. Now I have to just, it'll be interesting. I want to see what it would look like with my scan, and getting the real-time buy and sell flag. Doesn't mean I'm just going to pile into a trade, but at least I have the control over it. And just see what happens if we ever get it. I haven't even looked at Apple. Wow. Boy, you talk about a wave. Look at that beautiful narrow wave all the way down. No time. You didn't, maybe right there, a little bar just sort of poked its head above. But other than that, I mean, you just ride that wave down. Yeah, down 5%, which is a big move with 14 billion in the float. Where's the next low? So, Apple had earnings, and obviously the earnings were, this was back, it seems like years ago now, but January 30th, and reaction was great. So the next low looking left is the day after earnings, which is 259. So a little bit of room there. Yeah, maybe the SPY 680 after all. I thought, no, not likely today, but we have another 3 to go, right? Another 3 to go. Yeah, I said about 11, down about 12. That would take it to 680. Yeah, another 3, less than 3 to go about 3 to go to 680. Well, what time is it right now? 1 o'clock. So I'll go over my homepage one last time today. Can't see hanging around after 2 o'clock today, guys, unless we get some questions. I'm sorry, William. I know you posted when you was it 345 or 355? I think it was 355. I think you said there were some earnings that you might want to take a look at. $345. Okay, $345. I see it now. All right, guys. So here is my homepage link. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, as always, here is a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You will get 22% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Doesn't matter what subscription, whether you take a standard or a premium subscription, okay? Both plans, 22% off the first month only or the entire year. All I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate our YouTube room and the main room for those of you in YouTube. There's another room called the trading room. Company tracks the use of the promo code, so if they see my code being used enough, they'll say, okay, we'll keep the rooms free. This room here, the trading room, is open actually at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi. I get on the mic for both rooms at around 9. And this room today, the trading room, will be open around till about 3:45. I'll be taking off. I don't know what time exactly. All depends on questions, but probably sometime between 2 and 2:30. But William says he'll keep this room open till about 3:45. So again, for those of you in YouTube, you're looking for a more robust room with a lot of interaction amongst other traders, this is the room to be in. It is free, just like the YouTube room. The advantage, though, also is that this is not on any sort of a time delay. YouTube imposes about a 7 or 8 second time delay. So there is that too. Okay. And keep scrolling down. I don't know if Steve talked about the trade of the week, which obviously did not work this week. GME was the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. Now, if you sign up for it, you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. How you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you, of course. And if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, if you click on my homepage link, go down to that education section, and mandatory that you do this first, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. And we're trying this for a month. The monthly subscriptions, they're just month to month, so you can cancel anytime, even within a month. Okay, so if you don't like it, just tell us and we'll unsubscribe you. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you, a free series of videos. There are 15 of them for you the new trader. Last, if you're looking for my scans, they're not all scans or races, etc., but we'll call it the scan section right here, middle section. Here they are. Large cap gainers is here. Wide open race is here. You know, this race will be a lot more volatile than this one. And the Halser zooms is down here. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I am sharing. This is not; these are top lists. The market pre-market actives up and down. Tree maps actually, but you know they're based on a top list window. But I do have other scans that I am sharing, so you can take a look at them if you'd like. Ask me questions. Again, still not one. We have one JBS. I think that's a stock. Hey, we had JBS. JBS was the only stock that was on the upside. The why does it say? No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Sorry. UID is not a stock; it's an ETF. So yeah, I thought JBS was one, but nope, not one stock today. Remember now, these are all anything you see in blue. These are all ETFs. Well, that is based on RGTI. So at least RGTI is up. Wow. Complete sea of red. Well, let's take a look at any one of these ones that have won races. So Rhyme won 9 races. What's it doing now? Actually, it's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, it's over. I mean, not the fact that it's up over 46%, but it's at least it's over the VWAP. You know, over the VWAP. Maybe it has a move. It's a low float, 2.7 million. What was the high today? It was around 152. The high, yeah, 152 is up here. So maybe, but again, I'm just really reluctant to go long anything right now, even if it's one of these cheap ones that is very volatile and probably has nothing will have nothing to do with what the market's doing. Probably should have paid a little more attention if I wanted to go along to this race right here. As I said before, this race is anything in here is running counter to the market, you know, because there's not too many stocks that are up 2%. Well, large cap stocks that are up 2%. Oh, did it really? The last time I saw it, it traded 100 shares. This is the one that went direct to market. Not this one, but BRAI. Ugh, look at that on 22,000 shares, 22,000 shares, and it's up like this. And it just got halted on the way. I can't tell if it got halted on the way up or down, but this doesn't look good. It got halted at 90.59, and the projected open could be around the 75 mark. Well, now it's 85. If is this the first halt? It looks like it got halted on the way up. Anyway, nonsense. Though I mean, 22,000 shares, guys. I wonder what the spread was like when it was trading. I'm sure you probably know, Obi. What was the spread like when it was actually trading? $4, $5. Yeah, I'm sure it was. Obi says it was terrible. So I mean, yeah, in retrospect, didn't matter what the spread was at 40, even if it was $10, it wouldn't have mattered, right? But do we know it's going to do this? No. 22,000 shares though. Yeah, buy 10 shares at 40 and you're up $400, $500. Now, isn't CBRE? I'm sure I read about it this morning. One of these ones that is just sort of caught up in that SAAS sell off. This is real estate, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, commercial real estate. Yeah, no kidding. What William is talking about. I mean, all this in 2 days. In 2 days, all of this has been wiped out. All of this has been wiped out. Look at like a month in 2 days. Basically, we'll call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Call it 9 months. Wow, everything is wiped out in this just in 2 days. Well, as I said before, Vito, you can just take a look at the Doc channel bar and take a look at the sector status. Okay. And you'll see the top sector. I think XLU or something like that was the top sector. I mean, is the money flowing there right now? I think it's way too, way too soon. But here's, again, here's your top sector, utilities. Okay. So today, utilities are the strong sector. And if you look at utilities, we saw this one. This is an earnings play, EXC, XLU. Vito, can you not see my screen? I know we've gone over this sector status. You should. It sounds like this is what you should want to do. Okay, click on the sector status. Okay, channel in the doc channel bar. You'll see the top sector today is XLU. It's up 2%. The worst sector now is silver and gold. Well, gold's probably here somewhere, but silver, IYT, that's the shipping or freight. So that tells you, today anyway, what's the top sector, what's the worst sector, and you can go to the top sector, XLU, and right here, utilities. Virtually, they're all up for the day. 93% are up for the day. Let's find the one that's down. If there's, AES is down for the day. Sounds like this is something you probably want to do every day. Why not? You're looking for, flow on an intraday basis. Well, I'm demonstrating exactly, I mean, financials, 65% of them are down that make up XLF, but this one's up, WTW. Okay, for whatever reason, maybe it's an earnings play, but just scroll down, you'll see the worst one. There's JKHY, worst one. So, I mean, you could do that every single day. This may be all you want to do. Well, from all ETFs, every single ETF, no. I mean, you could, but you'd have to find a way to get the stocks that make up the ETFs. We don't have them all. These are the major ones. These are the 11 major sectors, I guess. Okay, and you could make a race from this if you want. Launch real-time stock race if you want. From any of these. And remember, all they are top lists. This is just a top list window. So as you know, from a top list window, you can launch a real-time stock race, show a tree map. Okay. And we do have, I think in ETF stock racing, I think there are more there. ETF racing, that's another channel, ETF racing. So these are the ones moving up. These are the ones moving down. I think you've got too many, Vito. I mean, 6 monitors, and you're sort of you keep saying you're kind of new. I mean, that's a lot to keep track of. I think you'd be better served to try to fine tune it a little bit and maybe concentrate on less, rather than trying to get everything, seriously. That'd be my opinion. That's a lot of monitors. Now, when you say combined windows, are you talking about, for instance, doing like creating what we call a multi-strategy window? Like, in other words, I could take this. I've got this one on my other monitor. I've got this one I've shown, and I could put them all in one window. Is that what you mean? Called the multi-strategy window? Yeah, you can do that. I'm going to direct you to the guide just to show you. I'll demonstrate, but it's in the guide. Okay. Yeah, it just counts as one window. Now, are you talking about here in the allocation? Are you talking about this? I don't think you are, right? You're not talking about the performance monitor. Never mind that if you are. Well, I don't know how it ranks multi-strategy windows. Okay, I honestly don't. I mean, if yeah, it would have to, in my opinion, it would have to count each window that you've got in a multi-strategy window. So you could have like 10. So in theory, it's only 10 window, but if you have 10 scans in there, it'll count all 10. But anyway, let me go to the guide. I'm going to show you where it is in the guide, and I'll run over it very quickly though. So in the guide, so click on the education section, and here is the user guide right there. And multi-strategy windows is right here, M window. So it's all in here, how to create one. Now, usually the reason for a multi-strategy window is not having a lot of screen space. As I think maybe that's why Pepe is asking you, why do you care? Okay. People who maybe only have one monitor and they've got several alert windows scattered around, they like to take they take them all and put them into one window. That's the usual reason. But you've got 6 monitors, so what, you don't have an issue. But you shouldn't have so many windows open, Vito, okay? I guess that's what I'm really trying to tell you. You're gonna have so many windows open. So when you say window allocation, are you talking within trade ideas, window allocation within trade ideas? Like this? Then you've got too many. Is the ball green still? Is it still green, or is it orange, or is it red? No, it won't be red. But is it still green? Well, in theory, you don't have so many windows open then, in theory. See what happens when I open up I've done this many times, so I'm gonna go to the dock channel bar. Say, for instance, I wanted to have this sector status window up and running all the time also. Now, this is an intense one because it's all a bunch of top lists. Eventually, that green is gonna turn to like, you see how it just turned? That means it's starting to drain the TI resources. Well, so if it's still green, I'm not talking about the ball now. I'm talking about right beside the ball, right? The resource. If it's still green, then you don't have to really do anything, I suppose. You don't have so many open that it's taxing the system. But the minute it starts, I mean, I could still run it. It's not the end of the world, and my computer is okay now, so I could run this, but I choose not to. I'm not. Well, I don't need to have this open. Just out of curiosity, Vito, how many alert windows and how many top list windows do you have open? And don't tell us the truth. 673. And obviously you're aware of this, or you can tell it tells you exactly how many you've got. Whoa! Guess what, guys? This is the first one for the day. BNAI is actually hit the scan, hit the positive scan in that low. Interesting. BNAI. Not that I'm going to take it, but this is what I'm talking about. All of a sudden, Vito turns silent. He's not wanting to tell us how many top list windows and alert windows he has open. Now that's funny, Pepe. I know why you said that. All right, guys. Well, it's 11:22, so I'm almost 100% sure I'm going to be heading out around 2. Again, I'll always stay later if there are questions, but so I guess I shouldn't say almost 100%. So, but around 2 o'clock, if I don't see a lot of questions coming in, then I'm going to be taking off. William will keep the room open 3:45. That is actually one too many, William. 142 is sort of the cutoff, I would say, for the average person. You know what? I shouldn't say that because people are listening to me thinking, wow, I didn't know that. I'm kidding. I am kidding. I am kidding. My opinion, I think 3 alert windows probably, and maybe a couple of top lists, and that would be sufficient. Now, it all depends, of course, on how many alerts you're getting per scan. If you have a scan that's only going to give you, 5 or 6 alerts for the day, okay. You could have 10 of those in theory, okay? Oh my. Cold fusion. Will it ever exist? Another silver play, guys, SVM. I did my video today on the FSLY and basically marveling at the fact that our AI found, one of the only ones that is, look at that, 78% as an earnings play. And, it did not succumb to the market at all. So, on a day where, pretty tough to find anything to go long on, we only had 6 alerts, but this one is pretty good. Not pretty good, excellent. On the market, of course, the AI, when it gets optimized overnight, has no idea what the market's going to do the next day in terms of the overall market. So, it's interesting though. I mean, every single alert was a long one. Well, guys, what time is it now? 1:26. Maybe I'll take off earlier. If I don't see any questions, I just don't feel like hanging around. But I'll hang around till at least 2. Yeah, it just continues. Well, where could this go? I mean, on a monthly chart, the next high is $26 on a monthly chart. That is for FSLY. That was in 2 years ago, February 2024. Okay. Is that Ritchie Brothers or something? Or no, not Ritchie Brothers. It is Ritchie Brothers. Okay, RBA. It is Ritchie Brothers. Yeah, look at this. I mean, these months. Okay, so last 3 months basically being wiped out in 2 days. I just lose interest, Barry. I can only do this. That's why I like the questions. I get questions. I'll hang around. But after a while, I do get tired of just staring at charts for 5, 6, 7 hours. Believe it or not. Well, in the good old days, which was around 9:30, LRHC was making a move. Not anymore. Only you, Obi. There's Intel. There's Intel, INTC, making a move down. Well, nothing earth-shattering. What's the most? I can't remember. Somebody's going to remind me. I can't remember what the name of it. It starts with a D, I think. I got. I think it was. No, I didn't have a lot of shares, but I think it was about 100 points. It was some crazy one. This is probably back in 2018, 2019, probably 2018. Can't remember what it was. I think it started with a D. One of those crazy, crazy China ones. It's not trading anymore. I think it went like from 15 to 140. Did really, I mean, ICLR though was a really nice one for me this morning. Not quite not quite 100 points, but it was a really nice one. Still got the Sophie guys. You know, I'm still going to hang on. You know, Sophie is doing what the SPY is doing, isn't it? Sophie is doing what the SPY is doing. Wanting to see if it can crack 19. Down to low of 1907. So I'll put a price alert just underneath 19 and see if later on it does it and it just moves, especially if this market just sells off again. Can I make a scan for that? I was just lucky that it didn't get halted. Well, it got halted several times, of course, but it didn't get halted and then halted for life. That does happen, yes. Not often, obviously, but so I see it resumed. It got it at 85, and now this BRAI. At least the volume doubled. It went from 22 to 47. Um, halted at 91. Potential open at 95. I mean, this could be. Where are they out of? Okay, I'm just going to. We don't have a country flag yet. Oh, here we go. Okay, so Australian. Okay, Aussie. You still around? Here's your. Hopefully, you got some of this. So it's an Australian company. Balasu Romanian. Okay, that's the. Interesting. They've got 800 employees. Yeah, that is a problem. Even though it got probably halted on the way up, and if you'd looked at it, you know, and it had this, you know, what the projected open, it probably looked really good. But then there is one that I was watching it for a long time. I had it in another on another monitor for months, and it never opened. I think it was one of those crypto plays about from maybe 4 or 5 months ago, and it just stopped, and that was it. Well, today is an interesting day. What's going to happen tomorrow? That is the thing. What's going to happen tomorrow? I remember these 3 days here. This is started on February 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Okay. These 3 days here, these 3 days seemed like that was the end of the world. Okay. It seemed like the market was down like for months when you're living. And then look what happened after that, almost right back up to the new highs. Now, will this bar is a little bit bigger than that bar? No, it's about the same size, maybe. So let's see if we're going to get, another couple of days and then another bounce. I don't know. Tomorrow's a CPI report. Okay, well, maybe that'll rescue the market. The jobs report, was it yesterday? Was it yesterday, the jobs report, or the day before? Kind of helped the market a bit. All right, has silver found a bottom yet today? LSLV, has it found a little bottom? Maybe a little bottom. Yeah, there's a little buy flag right there. So remember, I mean, I know we don't get the instant alerts on the buy and sell flags, but you could take an active ETF like SLV and just, make like take this chart, thumbnail it somewhere. When I say just make it a small chart or however size you want, and whatever time frame you want, and follow it all day. Oh, thank goodness for computer glasses. Well, I guess we scared Vito away. Seriously. Come back. All we asked for was how many windows do you have open? How many alert windows? How many top list windows do you have open? TMI, too much information. Yeah, or info. How is it well, I mean, it's obviously there's a pall over the province. Yeah, it's basically unheard of. I've been to Tumbler Ridge. long time ago. Just a small little community. Guess we just should have taken FSLY at the beginning of the day and held on just all day. Look at that. Complete anti-market, anti to the market today. Maybe, it's just sort of, tell you what, I'll put a price alert up here around 685 at the highs, these highs up here. And maybe, just maybe, he gets back up there, and who knows, maybe has a little rally into the close. Maybe. Well, I was thinking more, William, that it was so counter to what everybody was feeling all day long to go long anything. Yeah, I mean, UPWK. I'm sure you could pick, 30 or 40. You could have shorted on the open and just held on. But this one I just found kind of fascinating that 74 million shares have traded. It's a big float too, 137 million in the float. Yeah, right. I mean, to be up 83% with that sort of a float is I mean, what did they say? The company report, I mean, obviously, whatever they reported was great, but fourth quarter revenue fueled by artificial intelligence adoption and rising demand for its services, et cetera, et cetera. But that just seems like an otherworldly percentage move with that sort of a float. Well, Ali, I could attempt to answer. And I'm pretty sure but watch what I'm going to do. Okay. So Ali asked, does unusual prints mean new volume? Okay. So I'm going to pick an alert window. You could probably do it in a top list window, but I would always probably do it in an alert window. Right click, configure, search. I'm going to type in unusual, in the search terms. And this is, this is good because here we are, unusual number of prints, right? Right there. Click on it and see where it says help. So this is going to tell you. Here's when a stock prints the tape more quickly than it normally does at this time of day, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Big explanation about what it means. But it's not just that. If you have any question, not just you, Ali, but anybody has a question about any of the filters or alerts that we have, wondering, well, I wonder what that really means. Well, all you have to do is just go into the search, type it in. Okay. But this is telling you exactly what you're looking for. Almost like, looking at this and time and sales and the speediness of time and sales. Okay. But the bottom line, seriously though, is because you might be doing, you or somebody else might be doing something at night. Obviously we're not around, and you're wondering, well, what does that mean? So again, right click, configure, search. And in the search, and now say RSI. You want to know, well, how do we define it and what does it mean and all that? Or even, do we have anything on RSI as an example? Okay. So here's what we have: the 1, 2, 5, 15, and 60 in the daily. So if you're sitting out there thinking, well, that's great, but I want the 30, you can't have it. Okay. This is what we've got. You can't create it, is what I'm saying. You cannot create it. But the same thing, you want to know what it's more about, RSI, 1 minute. I mean, they'll probably all be the same. It doesn't really matter the time frame so much. You click on the help, and you'll get a very detailed explanation. Stephanie at Trade Ideas, she put this together. Wow, I don't know how long ago, but it was a tough, hard job. Hard job, yes, but also painstaking. So again, you want to know stochastics. What do we have for stochastics? And this is what we've got. But I want the 30-minute. You can't have it. Okay, you can't create it. That's what we have. But same thing. Left click on it, highlight it, help. Gives you a very detailed explanation about what it's all about. And you probably saw the unusual prints because it was like a ticker on the bottom here, right? That's probably where you saw it. Yeah, I don't have it. I'll put it up again. So for those of you, if you don't want to see them, you just click on the little on the three dots, and here are the options you can have on your chart and display alerts on chart. So if you don't want to see it, you just uncheck it. It was an interesting idea. What I would have liked to have it somehow. It was customizable. In other words, show me when a stock does this, as opposed to just having a crawl of everything. Go right down here. Anyone know how the different windows connect? My single stock details tab is blank. Details. So this is blank. Sorry. So your whole thing is blank. Click on the details. Nothing's in here. Okay. Now I'm going to ask a few questions. Do you have a green ball? I want to make sure you're connected. You can see what I'm pointing at. You have a green ball. If you can see what I'm pointing at in the toolbar, which means you have a connection. Can you see what I'm pointing at? Okay, so you have many other windows that are working fine, 100%. You know that for sure. Okay. What did you do when you click on New from the toolbar and click on Single Stock Window? There's got to be some kind of a default, I would think. And this, so you're saying nothing is showing up. So if you click on New from the toolbar and then Single Stock Window, nothing. You're getting absolutely nothing in here. Yeah, I was going to suggest that, but shouldn't he get something from the new? And because there is a default. There's a default single stock window when you click on new and single stock window. There is a default that will have stuff in it, but let's as Pepe is saying, maybe take mine. So let's now, did you try? Oh, you reinstalled. Okay, I was going to ask if you did that. So just for fun, it sounds like you know how to copy a link and get it onto your screen, I hope. Okay, so if you know how to do that, just let me know. So I put in my homepage link and scroll down a little bit till you see the scans. So I do actually have, here is my, where are you? Single stock window, okay? You know how to load a scan on your monitor? So if you click on the open scan, let's see if you can, let's see if that, if you can do that and have that loaded. So you're getting data. But let me know if you know what to do. I mean, it says open scan, but just let me know if you know how to take, one of these links and get it onto your screen. If you don't, I'll show you how. Or maybe I went too quickly, just click on my homepage link. When you do, this is what you're going to see. It'll be at the top. Scroll down. That's on my homepage. Okay. Scroll down to the scan section. And then here's the single stock window. So really, my question is, do you know, now that here's the link, do you know how to get that onto your monitor? Wow. Same issue. All right. Well, this is a good one. And 100% you are getting, and now have you been you've been a subscriber for, oh, I think I've seen your emails. That's Rich, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. No, I thought I've seen your emails on them. But everything else is working. Absolutely everything else is working. So when you click on help and about, it shouldn't matter at all because I mean the single stock window has been around forever and it doesn't matter what version. What version are you using? And I think I think I've seen the emails that have come in, and hasn't Chris tried to get you to go to another version? Or it's really hard, Rich, I mean, if it, because okay, so you're on the latest version. But I'm sure, did they not say to go back a version maybe and even try previous version? But it shouldn't matter if everything else is working. 100% everything else is working. You see how hard it can be, Rich, because I have not seen a problem like that almost ever. And so I don't know if it's got something to do with your system, but it doesn't seem logical that, your specific system would not allow the single stock windows to come in and with the data. It's really hard with the connection you have, but why would that matter if you're getting all the other data? I mean, yeah, if you're getting all, and this is, the other data, well, I'm sort of talking out loud. I mean, the other data, I mean, like an alert window is real-time data coming in. This is sort of, this can be static. So it's not really updating until you click on a symbol and change the symbol, so this is sort of static. Can you give that one to me? Yeah. Can you give that one to me? Just put the link into the room. You know how to do that? Because I want to see if, okay. Can you put the cloud link of even if it's blank, can you put it into the room? And then I can load it on my end just to see what's happening. See if I'm getting data. Okay, let me do it though. Just, do it for me also. Okay. Maybe there's some weird act, because then I'm going to compare that to my and just see if there's something weird going on. But you can understand that this is it's like a one-off. Like you're almost like the only, well, you may not be the only one out there, but I mean nobody else has come in with a problem like that. So here it is. Okay. Yeah, it shouldn't matter. So it's all grayed out. So when you can't. How about can you check? The pre and post and symbol linking and all that, or is everything grayed out? Well, obviously you were able to share to the cloud, so that could not have been grayed out. Well, that is weird. Has it ever worked? Has the single stock window ever worked for you that you're aware of? Or is it just something that's happened over the last month or so? Just happened over the last 5 days. Wow. And they wanted you to go back to the production version, right? I could have I know I've seen the thread to download the production version instead of the latest beta, as Pepe is asking. Not that it should matter, but it still shouldn't matter if they have a VP. I mean, okay, I don't know enough about it, but a VPN to me would block a lot of like maybe everything. Why would it just pick on the single stock window? I don't know why would that happen just for the single stock window? That is very strange, Rich. I don't know. Well, I certainly don't. And Pepe is very, very astute in all this stuff, and I'm just trying to figure out why this would be the only thing affected. So there's your layout, and everything else is working. So what did you do 5 days ago to ruin it, Rich? What did you do? I'm sort of kidding, but I mean, I know you're frustrated, but what the heck happened 5 days ago? But in all seriousness, you didn't change, you didn't download a new version of Trade Ideas or anything like that. Not that it should matter. Okay, so everything was exact 6 days ago, everything was fine. You didn't do anything at all. You had the same, still shouldn't matter. You're talking about the Windows update every Wednesday or every second Wednesday, whenever it happens. It just shouldn't matter. Oh, again, though, well, I don't know, and I mean, maybe Pepe would know if that could make any difference just to limit one specific aspect of Trade Ideas. It just shouldn't, though. I mean, I wouldn't think so, but maybe he has more insight. I certainly have no insight on that. I'm staring at this. It's just so weird. Again, Rich, I mean, there's only so much the company can really do. I mean, it's not, they could go into your system and, but did they do a remote with you too? I mean, but it won't matter. It just won't matter. It's definitely a very strange occurrence. But I don't even know what they would do, Rich. The only thing, I mean, maybe is it possible that your layout somehow your layout is corrupted? Yes, I see everything else is working. Okay. But maybe there's something within the layout that is just corrupting that is corrupted. Again, it doesn't make sense to me, even that, because I was wondering, yeah, you see, but he said he did. He said, Pell, he said he did delete TI and reinstall. Oh, so it's blank on startup. It's blank on every layout. So you've got about 4 layouts and they're all blank. How about if you create a brand new layout today? A brand new layout today. I mean, it's hard to believe that all the layouts, but maybe there's some. Just why don't you create a brand new layout today? Yeah, I know what you mean. So what you're saying is that, yeah, you could create a new layout, and then when you want to load the multi-strategy window or the single stock window, it's blank. What about actually? It's a good. What about going to this is maybe something we can take a look at. What if we go to the dock channel bar? Okay, because most of these have a single stock window. So what if you go to the single stock window? Okay. Sorry. What if you go to the channel bar? Okay, go to the dock channel bar and load. I mean, I've loaded explosive winners. Okay, you see, there's a single stock window here. Do you get any data there? If you go into the channel bar and load any pick explosive winners. I think they all have a single stock window, but just say pick explosive winners so we're on the same one. Okay, so it did come up. Okay, now why don't you do this? Right click. Okay, it says duplicate. Okay, duplicate. Right click and duplicate. Okay, because now it's free floating. Now it's free floating. If you right click and duplicate, now it's free floating. Now, maybe as Pepe is saying, is save as default. Save as default. Okay. But you can also get it free floating. All you have to do is click on duplicate. Well, sometimes it's going to say duplicate, or sometimes it'll say duplicate into free floating window. Okay, so you see how. Oh no, are you saying that? Okay, you're you're saying that the single stock window in the explosive winners is blank also. I mean, it doesn't matter what you choose. I'll choose quantum. I mean, they all have a single stock window in there. It doesn't matter what channel you choose. There'll be a single stock window. So it's interesting. You do get news. It's just the details are gone. How about profile? You get a profile? You went to swing. Okay, I'll get on the same one. So it's interesting. You get the news, and how about if you click on profile? Yeah. What if you just type in a new ticker, MSFT? I'm just type in Microsoft as an example into the box. Just out of curiosity. So typing in a new ticker does not help. Also, into the box, it just doesn't do anything. Yeah. So what Pepe is, if you know how to go into your backups folder, if you can find like a layout on the oldest layout, documents, trade ideas, pro backups, go to that folder, try to find an old layout. Make sure that you save your layout that you've got, make sure you do save it, and then load an old layout and see if that helps. That obviously is not helping at all. So, boy, thought we had something. So Pepe is asking again, are you the layout? So even like an old version from a year ago, if you have one, just some old version. See, I don't see. Can you see, Rich? Though I can't see how a remote is going to do anything. It is so strange. Like I'll poll the room. Anybody else ever have a problem like that? That their single stock window, no matter what they do, in the details is blank. Okay, so even if you took your layout from May 2025, quite a year ago, it doesn't matter. Hmm. Oh, don't do that. Don't do a Windows or install. Oh, Yeah, don't do that. I did that, and man, oh man, because well, it doesn't matter. I had a problem. I thought with my Bluetooth icon not showing up, and ugh. I mean, I eventually got everything back to normal, but it wasn't fun. And plus, it's only affecting this. How about on another? Do you have a laptop by any chance, or are you only have one? You have maybe a couple of laptops. Maybe you could try loading trade ideas on another laptop if you have, or like I'm working on a desktop computer. I've got a couple of laptops. You see, I mean, if it's because it's if it obviously. So when you say you can try that, are you talking about installing a non-beta? You're answering Pepe's question, or are you answering me? In terms of maybe trying to load trade ideas on another laptop. And then, okay, you have another laptop. Why don't you try that then? At least try that and just see, because if it happens on another laptop, then it's really something that is strict, well, a corruption in the file, or that's what I would do, because then we know. Guys, thanks for. Because if it's now something in your desktop, if the program loads on a laptop, another laptop that you've got, and you load the layout and it's fine, whoa, that is that would be very strange. Then it's got something to do with your desktop, which is I'm not sure how the company can help you. Well, Pepe, who does not work for Trade Ideas, is about as close to an engineer that you're going to be able to talk to. I think like a software engineer or an IT guy. Our developers don't talk. They don't get. We don't have like an engineer on call that can talk to people. It's such a weird thing. That's funny. We're not laughing at you, Rich. I know it's frustrating, but he needs an exorcist, not an engineer. I would also, Rich, I would also download, if you don't have it already, download Trade Ideas on a laptop, load that layout, just to satisfy ourselves that, the layout does work. Okay. Okay. Just to satisfy ourselves that the layout is fine. And so it's something very specific to your desktop, which is not easy then to, I mean, if it's something to do with your desktop. That I don't know, Rich. Who suggested that? Ali suggested that. Go to the files that were not. Okay, so the laptop is fine. So files are fine. Wow. Well, Rich, I'm sorry. This will still be open. Okay, I personally cannot help. I really was interested to see whether or not the layout would load on a laptop, just to sort of ensure that the actual files are not corrupted, and they're obviously not. So this will keep going until, maybe somebody will come up with a gem of an idea. Okay. This window will still be open until about 3:45, so another hour and 15 minutes. Okay. But personally, there's nothing I can think of. If I do, I'll come back in and maybe get some information from. I've been talking to Chris and Steve, and they know they've been trying to work with you, and yeah, they just don't know. So I do apologize for that. Hopefully, other than getting a new computer, but that's crazy, of course. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to take off now, 2:19. So have a great evening, everybody. And we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. See if this market can have a bit of a recovery tomorrow. I'm going to have to shut down. I'm going to have to shut down YouTube. Before I go though, in YouTube, if anybody's still in YouTube and wants to come into the into the main room, just click on my homepage link. I just put that in the YouTube room. Just click on the homepage link and scroll down a little bit, and where you see trading room, more info, that you can click on that, and that'll get you into the main room. And that room will be open till 3:45-ish. Okay, guys, and this room will be open tomorrow. Obi will open the room tomorrow. Thank you, Obi. At 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I'll get on the mic. Both rooms around 9. So have a great evening, and we shall see you tomorrow.